more relaxed because it's a non-jury trial. We're not concerned about the prejudicial or misuse aspects. And I know that's cut both ways in the sense that Ms. Teeny may have been able to say more about her thinking and her state of mind and her reasons than she might have in front of a jury. But it also, there's still principles in terms of what, how things are considered and in the Commonwealth's view, what should be considered. If Your Honor were charging a jury, I'm sure there would be an instruction regarding the other allegations against Mr. Batali, that they were admitted for a very limited purpose, that they're not evidence he committed a crime, that they're not offered for whether they're true. They're only relevant to Ms. Teeny's state of mind at the time that she heard them or read them, and what decisions she made and when. Similarly, for impeachment evidence of her, Your Honor, we are not a jurisdiction where the kitchen sink comes in, even though the kitchen sink or close to it came in during the testimony. And I know that came in over our objections and the court made that decision. The gym membership information and the phony lease, I suppose that could be tied to, excuse me, I'm not finished.
I object to this. We're supposed to have a witness on the stand and he's making a closing argument.
Yeah, why don't we, right.
It's not a closing argument. It's an argument as to how we think evidence should be considered. And,
yeah, why don't we, we'll wait on that then. All right. We'll have a charging conference at the end of at the close of the evidence, and you can make these arguments in your closing argument as well.
Right, but this isn't a closing at all, Your Honor, and there's one other.
Yeah, we're in the middle of the trial.
I know that.
We're in the middle of the trial. All right. So we'll just leave it at that. So I'll take a recess until, let us know when your witness gets here. All right.
Court rise. Court will stand in recess.
Good morning, everyone. Hope everybody's having a good day so far. So, guys, I don't know if you remember yesterday, but the victim testified and she claimed that he touched her and did all these things in a sexual manner and made some innuendos that he should come back to his hotel room. And then the defense got up and she admitted, yeah, she thought she could make some money off this, and she's also clairvoyant. Um, the defense is going to do their recross. Now, that's normally not what you get, but there are times where a judge will let it happen. And in a case like this, where there's no jury, there's only two witnesses, why not? It makes sense, especially if there's really pending questions and issues. So defense will get up, ask their questions. They're probably going to destroy her, and that's what'll happen from here. Um, yeah, I think it's just this is an interesting one, but yeah, it's going to be over today, guys. So we're gonna have to figure out what we're doing the rest of the week. But we'll work on that. And I'm actually in a courthouse right now, stuck in a room. I will be back in my office shortly and be able to give you video and commentary and all that fun stuff. So just hang tight, guys. Yeah, YouTube does that at times. Yesterday I got that through a purge. They purged out they purged like 500 or 600 people off my thing, which is weird because I made it past 5,000, but then I'm back down to like 48 or 4,900. I was up to like 5,300 something. So that's normal. They do that every once in a while to people. I think it's BS, but if they think people are like paid accounts or bots, they purge them. I also just think YouTube likes to suppress people. That's just me. So yeah, guys, don't be afraid to double check your subscriptions. I'd appreciate it. And yeah, go from there. Yeah, Nicole, Matthew, Karen, Chuck, George, Kathy, Brittany, hello. Um, oh, Matthew, Critter, and Cabby. If you see these, like, online stripping and all those weird things, you guys can just delete those as you go. No big deal. Big Truck, good morning. Darvoy, good morning. Sam, Walters, good morning. Wendy, good morning. Parallax, what up? Um, yeah, we'll use CBS for now, but the only thing is CBS cut out like 2 hours early yesterday, so we'll have to be on top of it. Yeah, if you guys have any questions, don't be afraid to throw them in. Be happy to try to answer them as I can. Boomer, great name. Hi, Joe. Thought I'd give you guys some proof of where I'm at. This one is about 10 minutes, but depending on the day, I might be in one that's about 40 minutes away.
Court is now in session. You may proceed to close phones.
Was that issue taken care of on the table? Okay, all right.
We're ready to proceed, Your Honor.
All right, call your next witness.
Thank you. Commonwealth calls Rachel Buckley.
Please remain standing and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony that you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you.
All right, Commonwealth.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Morning.
Could you please state your name, spelling your last name for the record?
Rachel Buckley, B as in boy, Uckley.
Thank you, Ms. Buckley. Can you tell us how old you are?
37 years old.
And where are you from, Ms. Buckley?
I'm originally from Portola Valley, California.
How did you end up out here in the Boston area?
I came out here for graduate school.
And when was that?
That was August of 2006.
Okay. And at some point after you moved out here, did you meet Natalie Teeny?
Yes, I met her through an ex-boyfriend who's a good friend of hers.
Okay, and who's that?
That's Peter Vaseline.
Okay. When was it that you met Miss Teeny, if you remember?
Would have been 2014.
Okay. And you said you met through your ex-boyfriend who was Miss Teeny's friend?
Yes.
Okay.
They had been friends since time immemorial.
Okay. Would you say that today you're still friends with Miss Teeny?
Yes, I would say that we've had less contact because of the goings on, but we're still good friends.
Okay. And by the goings on, what do you mean by that?
I mean, this particular case.
Okay. And why is that?
Because we didn't want to discuss it.
Okay. And are you still in a dating relationship with Miss Teeny's friend Peter?
No, we're friends.
Okay. And when would you say the last time you hung out with Miss Teeny was? If you can remember.
Probably 2018.
Okay. Were you friends with Miss Teeny during the spring of 2017?
Yes.
How would you describe your friendship at that time?
We would hang out once or twice a week, usually the three of us, Peter Vaseline, Natalie Teeny, and I.
Okay. And would you talk on a frequent basis back then?
Yes, we texted on a frequent basis.
Okay. In early April of 2017, did Miss Teeny confide in you something that had happened to her on April 1st, 2017?
Not by text, but by like in person.
Okay. And when did that in-person conversation take place, if you can remember?
I can't remember.
In proximity to April 1st, 2017, about how long after would you estimate that conversation took place?
Not long after.
Would you say a matter of days, weeks? Are you able to give a more specific estimate?
I think days.
Okay. When you had that in-person conversation with her, do you remember where you were?
I don't specifically. I would guess one of two places, because it's where we always hung out, was my apartment in Central Square or Charlie's Lounge in Central Square or in Harvard Square.
Okay, both in Cambridge.
Yeah, both in Cambridge.
Okay. When you had that conversation with her about what happened to her, What did she tell you?
She explained that, so it started with her taking secretive pictures of Mario Batali, and then him noticing that she was taking pictures and insisting that they take selfies. And then,
Did she tell you where she was when she saw Mario Batali?
yeah, town, which I believe is his restaurant.
Okay. And when she told you about this encounter with him at town, what did she say after the initial secretive picture she tried to take of him?
So she mentioned somebody in the corner crying because he wasn't acknowledging her, and she was like the beverage manager at Italy, I think. And then he called her over to take selfies, and at first it was just selfies, and then it turned into groping.
And
So
what did she tell you about the groping that took place?
so she told me that it was her thighs, her groin, and her breast.
That were groped by Mr. Batali?
Yes.
And did she say if that groping occurred while she was trying to take those selfie pictures?
Yes.
Did she mention any contact of her face at all? Like anything he was doing to her face during that conversation?
He mentioned she mentioned that he kissed her face
Okay.
as well.
When she told you that she had been groped in those areas by Mr. Batali, how long would you say that conversation lasted, if you can remember?
It was 5 years ago, so I don't remember how long the conversation lasted, but we probably talked about it for about an hour.
And was the conversation you had with her, what was Miss Teeny's demeanor like during that conversation?
I think she was pretty uncomfortable, but uncomfortably trying to laugh it off, like as though it wasn't a big deal. And then I think it kind of struck her as a big deal later on.
Okay. When she told you about it that day, was anyone else present for that conversation?
I think Peter Vaseline.
Do you think Peter, or do you know if Peter was there?
I don't know if Peter was there.
Okay. Do you have any specific memory of Peter being involved in that conversation?
No.
Okay. In January of 2018, did you talk to a reporter from the Eater publication about what Natalie had told you back in April?
Yes.
When you spoke to Eater, did you tell Natalie, Miss Teeny, that you were going to speak to the Eater publication?
If I remember correctly, she alerted me that they would be contacting me.
And did you have any further substantive conversation with Miss Teeny about what you were supposed to say to that publication or anything of that nature?
No.
At some point in August of 2018, did a detective from the Boston Police Department contact you about what had happened to Miss Teeny at town?
Yes.
And did you tell her what you remembered Miss Teeny sharing with you at that time?
Yes.
And that interview you did with Boston Police, that was about 16 months after the incident with Miss Teeny at town. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
Your Honor, I have a copy of the deposition in the civil case for Ms. Buckley. Would it be okay if I handed that out now so that the witness and the parties have a copy when we refer to? No, I'll hand that out. Oh, you didn't? You're all set. Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Okay, great. Good morning, Ms.
Morning.
Buckley. This is not the first time we've met, right?
Yep.
And you sat for a deposition in Ms. Tenne's civil lawsuit against Mr. Batali back in May 8th, 2019. Is that right?
Correct.
So that was about almost exactly 3 years ago now, right? And I took your deposition that day.
Correct.
And through that deposition and also some discovery you provided in the civil case, you're familiar with the fact that Ms. Tenne filed a civil lawsuit against Mr. Batali seeking money damages based on the incident at town that you just testified about, right?
Correct. I didn't realize the two cases were separate.
Okay.
But I've learned that since.
And you told the truth during your deposition?
I did.
And you were under oath then, like you are today?
Yes.
And you talked about on direct how you and Ms. Tenne were very close friends in 2017 and 2018. You spoke to each other multiple times a week, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And you met Ms. Tenne through your now ex-boyfriend, but was your boyfriend at the time.
Yes.
And he is someone who she had grown up with and known her whole life, is that right?
Most of their lives, I believe.
And so you'd be in touch maybe by texting, maybe by phone calls, maybe by seeing each other all throughout the week on a regular basis during the 2017-2018 time frame?
Yes.
Okay. And now, did you meet with the prosecutors before you came in today to prepare for your testimony?
Yes.
And how many times did you do that?
Once.
Did you review any documents when you did that?
Just the documents that I submitted myself.
Submitted who?
Text documents and all the text messages that I submitted.
And were these text messages from the night of April 1st, 2017?
Some of them, and some of them were sort of subsequent text messages that Natalie and I had exchanged.
And did they give you any advice about your testimony here this morning?
Just what to expect.
And did you talk about what you plan to say here this morning?
They told me to answer everything truthfully and as I remember it, because it was 5 years ago.
Okay, now on direct examination, you mentioned that Natalie told you about a woman crying at town that evening of February 1st, 2017, right? Now, you knew about that from text messaging with Natalie that night, right?
Yes.
And so do you recall that evening on March 31st, 2017, while Miss Tenne was at the bar, you were at home and you two were texting while she was out?
Yes.
And she was at a place called Town in Back Bay, right?
Yes.
And she was with her friend Jonathan Samuels, is that right?
I don't remember that, but I recall the name.
Okay. I'd like to just show you some text from that night. May I approach? Okay, so you can see from this text chain that it begins around 10:29 p.m. on March 31st, 2017, with a text from you to Miss Teeny. Looks like you're screenshotting a picture of a beer and a pizza that you were having, right?
Yes, that's my coffee table, my old coffee table.
Okay. And on the top of page 2, Ms. Teeny complains about Mr. Samuels, right? She says, I'm with Jonathan dying. Is that right?
Yes.
And you respond, Jonathan, the old dude?
Yes.
And you referred to Jonathan as the old dude because he was in his late 50s, right?
I don't recall his age.
Do you remember that he was quite a bit older than Ms. Teeny?
Yes.
And Ms. Teeny was in her 20s at that time?
Yes.
And they would hang out occasionally. Is that right?
Yes.
And he would sometimes pay for dinner and drinks when they went out.
Objection, Your Honor, to the relevance of where this is going.
You can answer.
Yes, they would sometimes hang out.
Okay. And a little bit further down on the page, at around 10:34 p.m., Ms. Teeny says, ew, he's annoying. LOL, I want to go home. Right? Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And so if you flip to page 7, you can see you have a little bit more chatter here about Mr. Samuels, about what you're doing that weekend. But when you get to page 7, you can see the two of you talk a little bit more about Mr. Samuels before Miss Teeny says, he's psycho, I came for the food. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you respond, haha, okay. Did you get a good dinner out of it? Where did you guys eat? Do you see that?
Oh, yes.
Yep, and if you turn to the next page, she says, we're at the Town by Prue, and you respond, hope you paid for dinner, haha. And so Jonathan sometimes paid for dinner and drinks when Miss Teeny went out with him. Is that right?
Yes, I don't think that's completely unusual.
And sometimes when you and Miss Teeny are chatting and texting about Mr. Samuels, she would sometimes refer to him as daddy or sugar daddy. Is that right?
Not that I recall.
Okay. So if you go to page 11, you'll see that around 11 p.m. that night, it looks like you're getting ready for bed. You say, okay, I got to go to bed. Do you see that at the top of the page?
Yep.
And Ms. Teen, and then you follow that up with, get out of there, by the way, BTW. That stands for by the way. Is that right?
Yep.
If you want to. And Ms. Teeny responds, yeah, I am soon. Don't worry. I'm like dying. Good night. And it appears that at that point you go to bed, right? Or the conversations, chats from you stop, correct?
Looks like it.
So if you turn to page 12, we see that about an hour and 45 minutes later, at 12:43 a.m., now on April 1st, 2017, you receive an incoming chat from Ms. Teeny that is a picture of her with Mr. Batali. And she says, Mario Batali, that's it, right?
Yes.
And it looks like there's no response from you till the morning, right?
Yes.
So you did not see the selfie that she had sent you until presumably you woke up on the morning of April 1st, 2017, right? And when you wake up, you say, what? Ha, 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 right? At 8:34 a.m. that morning.
Correct.
Okay. And now this is the first time you actually become aware of the fact that Miss Teeny has met Mr. Batali, correct?
Correct.
So you knew within 8 hours about the encounter that they had had an encounter.
Yes.
And she says, yeah, he was at the bar. And you two talk about, you have a little text conversation about the fact that she ran into Mr. Batali. And on page 14,
She mentioned that he was so drunk.
she mentions that he's drunk. Yep. Okay. On page 14, you respond, that might be the best thing ever. Was he alone? Also, WTF is that thing around his neck. Now, WTF, I understand, stands for what the F? Is that right?
That's correct.
And that's presumably a reference to the fact that he had an orange scarf around his neck.
Correct.
And in response, Ms. Teeny says, LOL, it was hilarious. This girl was legit ugly, crying audibly in the corner of the bar for like 20 minutes. Is that right?
That's correct.
And that's actually what you mentioned on your direct examination, that she had told you there was a girl who was crying at the bar that night.
Yes.
And so she told you this via text the next morning. Is that right?
Yes.
And you respond, ha 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 ha, I need to check this place out. And Natalie, or Ms. Teeny goes on the next page, on page 15, to talk about the girl a little bit more. And she says, I'm like, okay, get over it, drunkie. Talking about this girl still, correct?
Correct.
Now, did you really think it was funny that this woman was apparently hysterically crying at the bar that night?
Yes.
That it was just funny that she seemed to be in distress?
Because of the reason, I think, that unfolded.
Because Ms. Teeny said, we asked the bartender if she was fine, and the dude explains, oh, her boss is in the restaurant, and she's stressed out because he doesn't even know she exists. So that's the funny reason?
So
I'm just asking based on this text message that you had.
yeah. So Natalie said she was ugly crying, which I thought was funny. I'm allowed to think that's funny.
It is a bit mean, though, isn't it?
I wouldn't call myself mean.
Okay. So the conversation goes on. There's a few laughing emojis, and on page 16, it looks like the conversation shifts off of this girl and back to Mr. Batali. At 8:42 a.m., Ms. Teeny sends a message that says, I'm like, wow, that scarf, you're fat as F. It is not cold enough for that scarf, ... This is in reference to Mr. Batali, right?
Yes.
And you respond on the next page, on page 17, oh my God, embarrassing, ha ha ha. To which Ms. Tenney responds, ha 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 ha.
Yes.
And then Ms. Tenney goes back to the girl, and there's more conversation about this girl who was like out of control. And he's like, who the F is that? And you say, that's seriously the best thing ever. Was he wearing Crocs too?
Yes.
And it looks like this is just about getting to the end of the conversation now. We're at 8:45 in the morning, where Ms. Teeny says, I was like, wow, dead. LMFAO probably. That means laughing my effing ass off, probably about him wearing Crocs. Is that right?
Yes.
She says, he was really, really drunk. And you say, OMG, fabulous. And OMG is, oh my God.
Yes.
Is that right? And then you say, you got to go, you're catching a train. And that's the end of this conversation, right?
Yes.
So I'd like to move what's marked as ID 100 into evidence.
Any objection, Commonwealth?
I'm gonna object to the first 8 pages. I don't think they're relevant to this trial or the incident or Mr. Batali whatsoever.
Counsel?
Well, the first 8 pages establish that this is a one coherent text chain as opposed to pulling out just the pieces that occur after midnight when Ms. Teeny meets Mr. Batali. The complaining witness and the first complaint witness were in a conversation already, and
But the conversation is totally irrelevant. There's no dispute here from the Commonwealth that this is a continuous chain once the defendant wants to put in what's actually relevant to the case.
All right, but she questioned the witness about page 2.
well,
All the questions about,
Sure, Your Honor. She's questioned the witness about it, and of course she's free to question the witness, but that doesn't mean that this hearsay comes in.
I mean, we also have the complaining witness's state of mind that evening at 10:32 p.m. establishing that she's bored, she's dying, she wants to go home. We had testimony about that yesterday, about the fact that she wanted to leave and get out of there. I think this puts into context that that wasn't a new feeling post-meeting Mr. Batali. She had been feeling this way since 10:30 p.m.
all right, and it's the Commonwealth's first complaint witness in a text chain with the witness who testified yesterday, the complaining witness. A text chain that starts on the evening of the alleged incident, starting at 10:30 and going right through the next day, which is the actual date of the incident, into the morning. So I'm going to admit the entire exhibit that's being proffered. So that'll be the next exhibit. Do you have it? Yeah, you can have that. Sure.
All right, Ms. Buckley, so your impression from the text conversation that we just went over is that the rest of Ms. Teeny's night after you had gone to bed that evening was fabulous, right?
I think I wrote the word fabulous in response to what she had said previously,
Well,
not in what I anticipated would come.
okay, but your impression on April 1st, 2017 at 8:45 a.m. after that you had spoken with Ms. Teeny via text about her night out was that it was a fabulous night out, right?
Yes, and I believe that she was unwilling to reveal what happened over text.
Okay. And so several things had happened that Ms. Teeny texted you about, and you both found those to be hilarious, according to these texts.
Yes.
So you testified on direct that you and Ms. Teeny met in person to discuss further what had happened at town within a week.
Correct.
And you can't quite remember where you were, but you suggested 2 locations, either your apartment in Central Square or a place called Charlie's Lounge in Harvard Square, right?
Yes.
Now, if I suggested to you that it might have happened at Winter Hill Brewing Company in Somerville, could that be possible?
Yes, that's possible.
Okay. And if I suggested that within a week, next Saturday on April 8th, you all met up at Winter Hill Brewing Company, does that sound like that could be right?
Yes.
And was Peter likely with you if you were at Winter Hill Brewing Company?
Yes, he was, or he would have been.
Okay. And Ms. Teeny might have come and met you there because you and Peter were already there having a pint.
Yes.
Okay. So you meet up, likely at Winter Hill Brewing Company. Miss Teeny comes, and this is the first time you've now seen her since that text message chain we just walked through, right?
So it would have been, what, 2 weeks? So that sounds right.
I think it would actually be
You know, guys, she's not
less
selling
than a
it for
week.
me at this
This
point.
is
I
April
don't know
8th.
about you guys, but
Maybe it'll help if I
I'm
get
definitely
that text chain.
not convinced.
May I approach?
Oh, I see. I thought you said the 17th.
Yeah, so this is April 8th, 2017. It looks like about 2:55 p.m. You say, we are out at Winter Hill Brewing having a pint, and you invite Miss Teeny to join you. Does that refresh your recollection at all?
Yes.
Okay, and at 3:45 p.m. you say, we're still here at Winter Hill. And it looks like on the next page, Ms. Teeny agrees to come meet you, and she says her ETA is 4:15 p.m.
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to move what's marked as ID 104 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Now, when you said we are at Winter Hill Brewing Company, is it safe to assume that that means you and Peter?
Yes.
Okay. And so you've likely been there, looks like from at least 2:50 p.m. to at least 4:15 p.m. when Ms. Teeny likely arrives, according to when she said she was coming.
Sure.
And that might have been the time after her arrival that she tells you more details about her encounter with Mr. Batali, correct?
Correct.
Now, on direct, you testified that she told you she was touched in her thighs, her groin, and her breasts. Is that right?
Correct.
But in your sworn deposition, you told me that she did not name any specific body parts. Is that right?
I don't remember.
Okay, now that deposition was 2019. We said about 3 years ago, correct?
Correct.
And I'll read you the question I asked and your answer to help refresh your memory on this. And do you have a memory of Natalie telling you either via text or in person that Mr. Batali touched her breasts specifically? Not that he touched my breast. I don't remember her saying specifically he touched my breast. And I'm sorry, this is page 44 for the record, starting at line 10. Do you remember telling me that during the deposition?
No.
So you had no memory at the deposition that she had ever told you that Mr. Batali touched her breast.
Apparently not.
And is your memory somehow better today than it was 3 years ago on this issue?
I believe so.
Okay, and why would it be better today?
Because I've thought a lot more about the case than I had then.
Okay, but you were
And
under...
I've been a lot more familiarized with what happened.
Well, the question is, what did she tell you that day at Winter Hill Brewing Company? Not what do you think happened now that you've read about the case for 5 years, right?
What she told me is that he groped her.
Okay, so she used the word grope at Winter Hill Brewing. Is that right?
As far as I can remember, it was 5 years ago.
But she didn't actually say any other specific body parts at that time, right?
As I recall, it was thighs and groin mostly.
That's your memory today?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, during your sworn deposition, if you turn in front of you, there's a deposition. There's a page 44 that you can turn to. I believe it looks like that. The front of it looks like this.
In the visor?
See this?
Yes.
Yep. And then there are page numbers actually at the bottom, and you can look for pages 41 to 44. And at the bottom of page 44, question, do you remember her saying anything more specific than the term groping, but specifically stating where he had allegedly touched her? Answer, no. That was your answer, right?
Yes.
And so once again, under oath, at your deposition 3 years ago, you testified that she never actually told you any specific parts of her body that had been touched by Mr. Batali, correct?
Objection. The question is confusing. It's what does she remember versus what she told her?
I think the question is what you told me.
I'm going to overrule, well, why don't you restate the
Rephrase.
question?
And so you answered under oath at your deposition 3 years ago that Ms. Teeny had never told you specifically where on her body Mr. Batali had touched her. Is that right?
Yes.
And were you being truthful that day?
Yes.
And you also said you couldn't really specifically tell me what she meant by groping because you didn't really get into the details. Is that right?
I did. I'm thinking. Can you repeat the question?
And you also told me under oath at that time that you couldn't really explain what she meant by groping because you two never really talked about what groping meant during the conversation, right?
I don't think groping needs to be discussed or described. I think it's pretty obvious what it means.
So it was just the word groping.
Look at
and
that
there was
tap
really
dancing,
no other
folks.
conversation about what that might mean or where that might mean she was touched, right?
You don't grope ankles.
Sorry?
You don't grope ankles.
Ankles? Okay. All right. And she never used the term sexually assaulted with you at Winter Hill Brewing, right?
No.
And that day when she arrived at Winter Hill Brewing, sometime after 4:15, you had been there a couple hours at least with Peter.
Maybe two.
Is it fair to say maybe you guys had a little buzz going at that time?
No.
Okay. But you had likely had a couple beers. You had at least a pint according to the text, right?
Probably a pint and some food.
And then after this conversation, you and Ms. Teeny never talk about the incident in person again, correct?
Correct.
And that was because you wanted to respect her privacy on the issue. Is that right?
Correct.
You did, however, encourage Ms. Teeny to submit photos she had to TMZ later on. Is that right?
If it's in the text message chain, then yes.
Do you remember texting with her in December of 2017 about selling the pictures she had taken with Mr. Batali?
Just the ones of him, like the selfies.
Okay.
Yes.
May I approach? So I'm showing you a text message chain from December 11th, 2017. Starts with Ms. Teeny saying at 4:19 p.m., Def submitting those pics to TMZ. Do you see that?
Yes.
And TMZ is a gossip site that pays for pictures with celebrities. Is that right?
I know that they accept pictures of celebrities. I didn't know they paid for them.
Okay. And your response is, bah, ha, 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 oh my God, please do it, right?
Yes.
And Ms. Teeny responds, LMFAO, oh my God, I'm going to. And you respond, he looked wasted in them, didn't he? With a question mark.
Yes.
And Ms. Teeny says, oh my God, he did, and sends a photo of Mr. Batali with his eyes closed. It's a selfie from that night at town, right?
Yes.
And you respond, ah, so gross. Ha, 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 ha. Right?
Yes.
And Ms. Tene says, LMFAO, OMFG, right? And then question marks and exclamation points. You
Yes.
see that? And again, if you go to the top of page 4, she says, LMAO, oh my God, I want to sell these photos, dude. Do you see that?
Yes.
And finally, at the end here at page 5, she tells you she's finding the old texts, and it looks like you're a little confused. You say, wait, he texted you? And she says, no, I need the text I sent to you, referring to the text chain that we reviewed earlier in this testimony from the night that she met Mr. Batali, correct?
I don't know for sure.
I'd like to move what's marked as ID 115 into evidence.
No objection.
This would be marked as the next exhibit.
When you said in your deposition that you never talked to Ms. Teeny again about the alleged assault, that wasn't quite right, right?
As I recall, I didn't talk to her about it again. I could be wrong.
But you did text about possibly selling the photos of her with Mr. Batali that evening, right?
Oh, I guess so, yes.
And it looks like from all the ha-ha-has and the LMFAOs, you two continued to laugh and joke about the encounter, right?
Yes.
And this is December 11th, 2017, correct?
Yes.
This is now 9 months approximately after she allegedly told you about her quote unquote assault. Is that right?
Yes, approximately.
And where you described it as being serious and somber when you two discussed it, right?
I think it takes time for people to process things that happen to them.
And this conversation is 9 months after that, right?
It's up to the person how long it takes for them to process something.
All right. Now on a few months later, in June 1st of 2018, did Ms. Teeny tell you that she was filing a civil lawsuit against Mr. Batali?
I guess so, because you're bringing it up.
Okay, I'm gonna share some documents. We'll talk about it. So it looks like on June 1st, 2018, you ask her, how was the meeting with the lawyer? To which Ms. Teeny replies, dude, realness. Lawsuit being filed within the next 10 days. And did you understand this to mean a lawsuit against Mr. Batali?
I must have, because I asked how was the meeting with the lawyer.
Okay, I'd like to move what's marked as ID 145 into evidence.
Any objection, Commonwealth?
These depositions are poisonous, guys. That's why you got to be careful if you ever give one.
So you mentioned on direct that you and Ms. Tene are not as close as you used to be, but that you're still close friends, right?
Correct.
And you want to see things turn out well for her.
As anyone would for a close friend.
And you'd like to see the outcome of this case go her way.
She wants
Why
her
wouldn't
cut.
I?
And that's why you're here testifying this morning, right?
Correct.
And that's why when she asked you to talk to a reporter, you talked to the reporter for her, right?
Correct.
And do you remember when she told you to tell the reporter just how, quote, creepy and FT was, LOL?
I knew for sure that he was drunk from the pictures. It was very obvious.
Do you remember
And the pictures showed him to be very creepy as well.
So I'm showing you a text chain from January 22nd, 2018, in which you talk about being nervous before you talk to the reporter. Is that right?
Yes.
And Ms. Teeny tells you to relax. Just tell her how creepy and fucked he was. LOL on page 4. Do you see that?
Yes.
I'd like to move what's marked as ID 130 into evidence.
Any objection, Commonwealth?
No objection.
All right, that'll be marked as the next exhibit.
And so your friendship with Ms. Teeny is one of the reasons why you did go ahead and talk to the reporter, right?
Not just the friendship, but the fact that somebody got violated.
And your friendship is one of the reasons why you also agreed to talk to a Boston Police Department officer, right?
That felt like a civic duty because somebody got violated.
To help out your friend and talk to the officer, right?
To help someone out who got violated.
And in May 2018, that's also why you expressed to Ms. Teeny that you hope she'd at least get a chunk of change in a settlement with Mr. Batali, right?
I expressed that. She didn't express that.
Yeah, okay. So this text chain is from May 31st, 2018. If you see on page 3, that's where you say, dude, well, at least you might get a chunk of change in a settlement, question mark. Do you see that?
I do.
And Ms. Teeny responds, hopefully, dude.
Like I said, I expressed that and she did not.
I'd like to move what's marked as ID 141 into evidence.
Any objection, Commonwealth?
No objection.
Okay, that'll be marked as the next exhibit.
And you said you'd hope she'd get a chunk of change in the settlement because you'd like to see your friend benefit from that encounter, right?
It was more of a joke than anything.
And you did all this even though Ms. Teeny never actually told you that he had touched her specifically in any private areas. Isn't that right?
I did this based on the fact that she told me that he groped her and that I knew he was prone to groping women.
I'd like to move
And
to
that my
strike
friend
that
is
last line.
attractive and he was drunk.
Okay, no further questions.
All right. Any redirect, Commonwealth?
Just briefly, Your Honor, thank you. Good morning again, Ms. Buckley. When Ms. Keeney sent you the picture the night of April 1st, did you get that? When did you get that picture? When did you see it?
The following morning.
Okay. What did you think you could tell about that picture about Mr. Batali?
That he was extremely drunk.
And in fact, you talked about that in that conversation with her that morning. Is that right?
Yes.
And at that point, did you have any idea during that text conversation that your friend had been sexually assaulted by the defendant at that point?
At that point, no.
And when was it that Ms. Keeney actually told you that she was sexually assaulted by the defendant that night?
I thought it was in my living room, but apparently it was at Winter Hill Brewery, and I just don't remember because it was 5 years ago.
And do you have any actual memory of it being at Winter Hill Brewery?
No.
Where do you think the conversation was?
My living room.
Okay. And in your living room or wherever it was, that was, I think you testified on direct, within a couple days of the incident. Is that right?
Yes.
And what do you remember her telling you about the parts of her body that the defendant groped during the incident?
I specifically remember groin and thighs.
And what do you remember telling about specific parts of the body to the Boston police in your interview with them in 2018?
Objection,
Grounds?
hearsay, this is the first complaint witness, so her statements to the Boston Police Department are inadmissible hearsay.
Idiot Benelli?
Your Honor, there's a claim of recent fabrication. She has to be able to be rehabilitated.
All right, I'm going to, I'll overrule the objection.
Let me just restate that for you, Ms. Buckley. What do you remember regarding specific body parts telling the Boston Police Department when you spoke with them in the summer of 2018?
Groin and thigh.
And that interview with BPD was about a year before your deposition in the civil case. Is that right?
That sounds about right. I can't remember exactly.
In your interview with BPD in 2018 would have been 16 months after the incident itself.
In what month? I'm sorry.
Your interview with Boston Police in August of 2018. That was about 16 months after the incident.
Correct.
I'm sorry, in June of 2018. My apologies. And then your deposition was way later in time. Is that correct?
Correct.
The next year. To your knowledge, Ms. Buckley, did Ms. Tini ever sell any of those photos?
No. That was a joke.
And when she did tell you in person about what happened to her that night, what was her attitude like? What was her demeanor like?
For lack of a better way to put it, she was grossed out.
And I think you testified also on direct that she was trying to laugh off the incident. Is that correct?
Yes.
In your opinion, did she try to laugh off the incident other times that you may have discussed it?
We didn't discuss it too much, to be honest.
Over some of the text messages that we saw?
Yeah,
Would you consider that to be trying to laugh off the incident?
I would say so, yes.
Despite that, what did Miss Teeny tell you happened to her those couple days after the incident?
A couple days after the incident?
Yeah, when she told you about the sexual assault for the first time.
What do you mean, what happened to her?
Just where she was touched.
Oh. Like I said, what I remember most is groin and thigh.
Okay. In your police interview, Miss Buckley, do you remember telling them any other body part in addition to groin and thigh?
Objection, same objection. Mark the record.
Okay, overruled.
Do you remember telling the Boston police about any other body part that the defendant touched on Miss Teeny besides her groin and thigh?
I may have mentioned breast, and I don't remember.
Would seeing a copy of that report help refresh your recollection of what you told them that day?
Yes.
Objection, the report itself is a statement of the officer. If they want to bring the report in.
You're going to be seeking to introduce the report?
No, just to refresh your recollection.
All right, so I'll overrule your objection then.
So good morning, everyone. I apologize. Today was a fucking mess, and that's usually my life. So I'm sorry I'm late.
Ms. Buckley, in the summer of 2018, what did you tell the Boston police?
I told her that he had touched her breast, groin, and thigh, and that she was embarrassed and shocked by the incident and was unwilling at first to discuss it, and a few days later was willing to discuss it.
Thank you, Ms. Buckley. I have no further questions for this witness.
Any recross, Attorney Caruso?
Is that okay if I hear from here?
Yes.
Okay, great. Ms. Buckley, you gave your deposition in 2019 under oath, is that correct?
Correct?
And at that deposition, I asked you, do you have a memory of Natalie telling you either via text or in person that Mr. Batali touched her breast specifically? And you responded, no, not that he touched my breast. I don't remember her saying specifically he touched my breast.
You asked if I had a memory, and I did not have a memory at that point.
And I asked you a question. Do you remember her specifically saying that he had touched her groin or crotch area? And answer, I mean, what I remember was that she said that he was like groping her. So that's like my memory of like specific wording. Is that right?
That's correct. And again, I would emphasize that that's my memory 2 years post-incident.
And question, do you remember her saying anything more specific than the term groping, but specifically stating where he had allegedly touched her? Answer, no. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you gave that testimony truthfully and under oath on that day in 2019?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Any other redirect from the Commonwealth?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, ma'am, thank you very much. You can step down. All right, thank you.
Generally, no, because they're still presenting their case. They might present enough evidence.
Commonwealth, any other witnesses?
He's going to let them at least present their
Your Honor,
case.
the Commonwealth would rest at this point. Thank you.
All right.
Motion dismiss. Here we go.
Attorney Fuller, do you have a motion for the court? All right. Would you like to be heard?
Sure, certainly, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Our position is that no rational trier fact can find the essential elements here to make out the indecent assault and battery. I'm not going to belabor it, but this witness gave conflicting statements under oath. That's a wash. And then the alleged victim herself is an admitted liar in court. She's admitted that. And there is no physical evidence of the assault other than those videos and photos which don't show an indecent assault and battery. And frankly, they don't prove it. So our position is that no reasonable finder of fact could conclude that Commonwealth has met its burden.
Okay, thank you. ADA Palmbaum.
We're dealing with Lattimore standard here, Your Honor, with the court crediting testimony that 1, the touching was intentional, 2, the touching was unconsented, 3, the touching was of body parts that under any contemporary standard of decency would be considered indecent, specifically according to jury instruction, that a reasonable trier of fact credit that testimony. This is not the stage for the court to consider any alleged inconsistencies or any other impeachment evidence, and therefore the motion for directed acquittal should be denied.
All right, well, the standard is in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth. The court is going to deny the defendant's motion for a directed verdict or required finding of not guilty. So the Commonwealth has rested, right? All right, Attorney Fuller, do you intend to call any witnesses?
Your Honor, we are not going to call any witnesses. I did want to offer a couple of documents that I don't think there's any objection, a couple of exhibits.
All right, you aware of these documents, Commonwealth?
I think so. We did discuss 4, and I think he was including these records, and I think he was going to end up offering 3 of them.
All right, so what do you have?
Your Honor, I'm going to offer a building in Lennox Hotel for the record. This is Mr. Batali, arrival 3/31/17, departure 4/2/17.
All right, no objection to that, Commonwealth?
We do not.
All right, that'll be marked as the next exhibit then.
The next is the text message that the complainant said, I'm immediately got their food. It was kind of cool. I didn't offer that yesterday. I've offered now. This ID 105.
Any objection to that?
No, she was asked about that specifically, so no objection.
All right, that'll be admitted into evidence, next exhibit.
And, the last exhibit will be the Facebook chat with Philip Wolf, where Ms. Tenney said at Mario Batali in November 2016, which we asked about on cross.
Likewise, the content's in evidence, so no objection.
All right, so that'll be admitted into evidence, the next exhibit number. All right. So what I would like to do then is to take a brief recess, and then I'll hear from the parties in closing argument.
There is the, I guess, the kind of quasi-charge conference issue, couple of issues that I had hoped to bring up. I don't know if you want to.
Is this something that you wanted to argue in closing argument?
No, it's more about, how the court, as the trier of fact, considers certain things.
Well, why don't
Also,
we,
also
why
the
don't we-
question of a lesser included offense and whether the court considers that. So I think those are the points that we need to address.
But did you need to argue those in your closing argument? Is that the point of raising it now, or?
I think the point of raising it now is to get the landscape clear in terms of what Your Honor is considering when you deliberate. I think those will inform the closing arguments, and also just to make the record clear on what our view on certain parts of the evidence.
Yeah.
From a legal point of view, not from an arguing the factual weight point of view.
Well, why don't I take a recess?
That's
then
a
I'll get to the
nonsensical
parties and
argument.
Closing argument, and then we can address your jury instructions or judge instructions.
Okay.
All right? All right, so court will stand in recess.
We'll rise. We'll stand in recess.
Okay, so we're in recess. Like I said, guys, sorry about that earlier. We are back now. So that last witness, I got to hear most of her testimony. Not very convincing at all. Not impressive at all. What I will tell you guys, and this is something to consider yourselves for in the future, if you know somebody and they get into legal situations, be careful about what you text. Because whatever you text might come back to bite you in the butt. And even if you're just making jokes, things like that, well, what does it look like to the rest of us? Like you're lying, you're being sketchy, you're being a dick. You don't want any of that. So just always remember what's going on. Something very important to consider, and I would just recommend that, doesn't mean like be scared of everything you do, but I just think it's important to look at that way. Okay? Lesser included is a bitch made move. Yes, it is. Yeah. Yep. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Now, you guys, when it came to that motion to dismiss, yes. Basically, it's the light most favorable to the non-moving party, which in this case is the prosecutor. And from there, the court has to make a decision whether or not there's, at least to the probable cause standard, they've proven each and every one of the elements of the case, and could a reasonable party, handle a conviction here. Now, the issue is because the judge is the jury in this matter, he has to consider it from that angle. And really, if he holds on to it till the very end and makes his decision, or if he does it right now, he's the judge. He's the one making the decision. So does it really matter if he decides one way or another? I would argue no. So when you're making a Rule 29 in front of a bench trial or a motion to dismiss at a bench trial, it's kind of goofy in the sense that you're asking the judge to do that. But remember, the judge is still going to make his rulings anyway. So the judge, in that situation is definitely not going to make his decision until the very end because he's the one in charge of making the decision. Because remember, this is a bench trial. So it's a little goofy that way. So just think about it that way if you're a little confused about why he denied it. Do I think they have good evidence? No, their evidence is fucking atrocious. Yes, this reeks entirely of a political prosecution to me. Sorry, but in new college days. I think it's completely a political prosecution. Somebody wanted a scalp. Do I think it was the prosecutor that's in there handling the case? Probably not. But her boss or the city, they're doing it. Also, there's the issue of sometimes you can't back down. It's too late to back down. There's always an issue. There's always something to consider. So, there's multiple ways. Somebody asked what happens. I'm scrolling back up real quick. I'm going to try to knock some of these out. I didn't remember Lollipop Gill could testify. Thanks, Isaac. Yeah. She looks like a 13-year-old boy, to me at least. I mean, no, he's generally going to force people to get done with it, force the case to end first before he tries to make that kind of a decision. Um, if he wins, if Mario wins, the state has to pay the cost of prosecution. Darvoid, you brought that up. Trying to see some of the other ones here. Could he sue for defamation? Yes, certainly, and he might. I think for him, he just wants to get this done and over with, and crushing this woman takes care of that. He can just make her pay attorney's fees. Yes, this idea should be a crime. It should. You know, they thought why they take the case because they wanted to go after him. I mean, that's really what I think happened there. Remember, at the end of the day, the judge is he's the finder of fact. He's the jury here, so it doesn't matter. I mean, you can ask for lesser included, but the judge still has to consider this stuff. So he's going to look at it and say, this is all bullshit. I'm not dealing with it, and say, get out of here with it. And that's the end of the story. So, there we go. Finally got it in. Oh, there we go. Oh, it sucks when you can't have those in your shirt. Collar stays very, very important. Why does no one ever get charged with perjury? It's really hard. I mean, because all they have to say is, I forgot. I'm a retard. I don't know any better. Derp, derp, burp, burp, and that's a not guilty. You have to prove malicious, and you basically have to prove 10. And I think I brought this up before on like Alita or Nix or Nate. You basically have to get the person to admit, ha 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 ha, I know I committed perjury. It's really hard to prove. Very, very hard to prove. Bench trials, I mean, at times they're important, though. In a case like this where you don't want emotion coming into play, yeah, it's a good idea. But remember, with a bench trial, if there's a jury, yes, you only have to convince one of how many people on a jury, and you can shoot for going for one and getting a person to say not guilty. When it comes to a jury trial, you have one juror, and if you don't convince that juror, you're toast. So, yeah, that is the scary calculus. Yeah, kind of. I'm so right about backing down. Not sure which part I'm talking about. Well, thanks for stopping by, Shopping Ninja. I appreciate it. If you have proper grounds for dismissal, should you not purpose it because the judge wants to do the whole process anyway? Yeah, and remember, they can always, generally speaking, you make a motion to dismiss at the end of the prosecution's case, at the end of your case, and then you can make it at the end of like closing arguments and everything like that. But remember, the judge is in charge of the whole thing at this point. He is the jury, so you're asking the judge to find not guilty, and he finds not guilty. So that's kind of you're asking the judge to take it away from the jury, but he is the jury already. Yeah. The prosecutor's a binger. I think that she's really not. I think she's. I mean, yeah, she probably works in Boston. She probably is liberal and believes all this nonsense. But at the end of the day, she's being told what to do and marching orders wise. So I don't think she's necessarily to that level of Thomas Binger. Yes, this was part of it, and nobody wanted to back down. Thank you, Attila. Or Attia. Sorry, I messed that up. Attia or Attila. I'm sorry about that. I misread it. Thanks, I appreciate it. Yeah, a little bit different than Amber and Johnny for once, huh? I know that's probably gonna soak it up for the next couple of weeks anyway. So a little bit of switch up. Well, I mean, it's like I said, it's hard to get perjury, Stabby. Very hard. Guys, if you're new here, I appreciate it. Like and subscribe. But if you have questions or comments, throw them in there down below. I'll answer them. Even Spouty Amber and Johnny, be happy to answer them and talk about what's going on. But yes, this is not a good case. This is not a winner at all. I would be really embarrassed to try this case if I was the prosecutor. I mean, this is horrible. This is a stinker from the start. I'm trying to scroll back if I found any. Yeah. It's his word versus hers. Yep. He said, she said, there's no other evidence. Massachusetts is a Commonwealth. Kentucky's a Commonwealth. Virginia's a Commonwealth. So yeah. No, I think you misheard the court there, and I didn't hear which part you were talking about because I was coming in to fire up my laptop from being on the road, so I missed it. But I don't think the court was considering it that way. Well, okay, not all the touching was a fabrication. Some of it happened. He did touch her. He did touch her in certain parts. But did he touch her in the no-no areas? That's the issue. Because he did touch her. I think the pictures show him touching her. But the, illegal touchings, yes. So, just something to think about. Because remember, a good lie has truth to it, and this lie does have some truth to it. He did touch her, partially, and she admits that. But you have to get the rest of it. Yeah, this is just a criminal prosecution. It's not the civil trial. But yes, if he wins, this probably kills a civil case because now she sounds like a lunatic. Yes, this is clearly people changing their testimony. Remember, when you do deposition, guys, that other attorney is looking to hang. If I'm across the table from you, I'm looking to hang you with your own words. If not right now, later on down the road. Everything you say is going to be something I can use. So just be ready for that. Something to think about. Yeah, it's Pennsylvania Commonwealth, I think so. Then you have like Rhode Island, the state of Rhode Island and Providence Plantations, which is was the full term for Rhode Island until like 2 years ago. Could Mario countersue if he wins? Well, winning here doesn't help him in a civil case. He could countersue her from the start. No, but I just think it makes his case that much stronger in civil court. Yeah, I know you meant in the hoo-ha. What is the no-no area legal term? No, but I'm. What is the charge for unwanted sexual touching? Well, in many states, that's either battery or assault. Now, yes, by the actual definition of the law, if I go like this, boop, and I boop you, and you didn't want me to do that, is it unwanted touching? Yes. Now, if you go up to the policeman and say, that man assaulted me, please arrest him, the cop's going to tell you to go fuck yourself, okay? If you try to go file charges, the court's going to laugh at you. Maybe it's disorderly conduct at the most, but is that assault? And by definition, no. Now, if I go, boop, that's assault or battery, depending on the state you live in. So that's generally what it is. It's either assault or battery. I'm glad it did. Do you think Mario should have testified? No, not at all, Annie. The fact that the witness, the victim herself, claims she's a clairvoyant, admits to lying on all kinds of shit, admits to being a money grubbing, gold digger here, looking for a buck. He has no obligation to defend himself. Their evidence is that poor. No, you don't get up and take a chance of him crashing and burning on the stand. You make them prove it, and they don't have the proof. Think of the state's case like a guy doing the high jump. If you're competing against the other guy, you don't have to, he's got to jump and clear the bar. You don't have to do anything. Make him clear the bar. Just sit there and watch, drink a Gatorade, and let him try to clear the bar. In this case, they definitely do it. Hold on here. Karen, if you forgot a detail in your depo, can you add more detail during the testimony, or is that a bad luck? You can definitely add more testimony detail, but it's going to look bad because part of when you do a deposition, you are given the opportunity to inspect it and review your testimony to make sure it is completely taken accurately. So you're given a chance to review it and say, yes, this is correct. So yeah, you've already had a chance to look it over. But yes, just common sense wise, if I tell you one story and like, oh, I forgot a part. Well, if you forgot red shoes versus blue shoes, that's one thing. But if you forgot like the entire part of the plot, yeah, that's going to be a problem. So, that's a part we don't talk about a lot. And I don't think it's been mentioned. You get to review a deposition to make sure it's correct, the transcript wise. Yeah, she said she could like see, and travel through time and do like Doctor Strange type shit. Yeah. Yeah, adding testimony is bad, especially if it's contradictory. But even if you're buttressing what you've said, depending on how big the thing it is you forgot about, and now you're dumping it on, okay, that's a problem. Especially if it's like, oh, I forgot the big story. Minor details can be a problem too. If you do, if you have enough minor details you don't know, then how do you remember the big part? Astral projection, yeah, I bet she believes in ESP, and I bet she thinks she's an empath and can read people's feelings and do all that crap too. She probably has a thing of like, essential oils she sells. Holy cow, 60 people. Wow. Thanks for stopping by, guys. Yeah, we're kind of hanging tight right now to see what happens next. And, oh, thank God, there are no emails today. Oh, I did get an email. What is this? Hold on, guys, real quick here. So AMC trial, yeah. Yes. Okay. Alrighty. Sorry, guys, I'm trying to look at some stuff here to catch up on things. Oh, fucking computer at times, Jesus. This break is, we're not really sure how long the break's going to be. The judge is working on stuff. It's a recess, so, yeah, we don't know how long it's going to be. 74 likes. Thanks, guys. I appreciate that because you're crushing it. Yeah, they still have closing statements to make. Yeah, the prosecution rest, it's over. The defense rested, it's over too. We're waiting for closing arguments. Yeah. Kristen, you didn't miss anything. The second witness wasn't any better. She sucked really bad as well. I think it's Gwyneth Paltrow that sells those. I'm not going to answer that. I'm not going to agree or disagree with that one. Yeah, we don't know, Dave, how long it's going to be. Well, Massachusetts is full of witches too. I think the judge is going to take a lot of things into account. I think he's primarily going to take into account the victim is a complete liar and believes she can read people's minds. I don't think the judge is going to find him guilty. He shouldn't. This is a pretty shittily trial. This is shittily assembled, but it's the facts you have and the witnesses you have determine what kind of trial you can do. But yeah, this is a bad trial, bad trial. And it wouldn't surprise me if this Peter guy, who is the rich guy, he has connections. Oh Jesus, Karen! Thank you very much. That's totally unnecessary, but I do truly appreciate it. 20 Canadian pesos, which I'm not sure what that converts to right now. $1 is equal to $1.30 Canadian. Okay. Anyways, thank you very much. Thank you for the depo answer not having been deposed. I didn't know you could check read it over. This is great. Always ask for that opportunity. If they don't want you, that's important because you could say, well, is this your truthful? And you could say, I was never given the opportunity to check and review it. Always ask. Yeah, generally they have a chance, but if you're dumb and you don't take it, that makes you look bad. But yes, thank you so much, Karen. Wasn't for all the naked dancing, the witches would be a problem. So that might hurt her credibility. Telling the judge you could read minds is certainly gonna. If this would be an argument I make if the court was going to believe that she's a clairvoyant, or the court was going to take judicial notice of telekinesis and all the extrasensory perception powers. Yes, I would have made that argument that she knew it was going to happen and didn't move. I think it would be a fair one to make. Then you could say she was asking for it. This is akin to being groped in the metaverse. It's about as real as being groped in the metaverse. You're not all massholes. Well, yeah. But there's a lot of massholes. I think Me Too's had its high watermark already, and it's been slowly waning for a while now. But yes, this is kind of like the swan song. This is the end of it, really. At this point going forward, it's going to kill a lot of things. And these women are doing damage by lying and trying to, Amber is doing a ton of damage. She's going to screw a lot of people over, for as complete pieces of, for being a complete turd. No pun intended. But yes, the pendulum's already swung back. But yes, this is kind of the last vestiges. This is the last holdouts of Me Too getting wiped out. And hopefully it takes its spot in the pages of history where it belongs. The judge can make a decision right away. I've had bench trials where the judge sat there and thought, kind of went like this. Okay, guilty. I mean, there are times where the evidence is that clear. There are times where I've been in front of a judge and the judge says, I have to take this under advisement, and it takes them a couple of days to come back with a ruling. And usually when they come back with that kind of a ruling, they write it out as an opinion, and they cite things, and they cite some case law on it usually. So it depends on the judge. I'm not sure if that's a joke or real. If it is real, I apologize. Didn't. That's how I speak. But yeah, it's probably going to happen again. And by again, probably a lot. What did I miss? Oh, Rachel the Riveter. Yeah. Rachel, all you guys, everybody new here, thanks for coming by. Yeah, a lot of them are just bad dates and awkward people. I mean, yeah, Aziz Ansari is a correct one. Yeah, and that's, when we went overboard and, started hunting people down, then we find out, like, just like everybody else, there were no crimes. It was just life happening. So, yeah, that's a very true thing. But yeah, this is what was I gonna say? So let's see here. I would let the rest of the law team know I'm back on, but I think they did. But I got suspended from Twitter for a couple hours for fighting with Ethan Ralph. So I'm kind of out of action, letting the rest of them know we're here. Having more the merrier, really. A lot of inappropriateness in kitchens. I think there's a lot of inappropriateness in a lot of jobs.
Session, you may be seated.
Oh, here we go. We're getting ready for closings. Yes, exactly. I don't disagree.
Is this everything right here? That's great.
Here we go.
Okay. All right, that's good.
Oh boy.
Are the parties ready to make closing arguments? All right. Commonwealth is? All right. All right, so Attorney Fuller, are you gonna?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Ms. Caruso is going to man the audiovisual. I'll just stand here. May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I'm going to start or close where I began, which is that Mario Batali didn't assault the alleged victim on April 1st, 2017. He posed with her to take some selfies, and that was it. You've seen each and every one of those photos and the live photos. And we'll go through some of them here. Those don't depict an indecent assault and battery. They don't even depict a simple assault, which I understand Mr. Palma may suggest is a lesser included. We can get to that later. Those photos and the video show an entirely consensual encounter between the two. She wanted to take the selfies with Mr. Batali, and he obliged. Now, if you take a look at Exhibit 2, which is the summary of the photos, you can see the first 5 are taken within seconds apart. Then there's a 3-minute break where she switches from the still photos.
Sorry to interrupt you for a moment. You referred to an exhibit.
Yes, Exhibit 2.
All right.
I want to make sure.
So I'll just have them here and I'll
I think-
look at them as you speak.
That would be good, Your Honor.
All right. Thanks. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
So if you look at the summary, which is Exhibit 2, you'll see these photos.
Yeah.
The first 5 were taken within seconds of each other. I guess the first 6. Then there's a 3-minute break, and we switch to live photos. So as I said at the beginning of the case, Your Honor, there's two kinds of evidence in this case. The photos and the videos from the bar, which is contemporaneous evidence, and then you have the testimony of Ms. Tenney. I would suggest that, and I'll talk about Ms. Buckley later, but whatever she testified about is what Ms. Tenney told her. So in terms of what happened in that bar, we have the photos and we have her testimony, neither of which prove an indecent assault or any assault at all. So if you look at these photos, there's a 3-minute break. She had the presence of mind to switch the camera from still to live photos on her iPhone, which one could understand, meaning the live photo is 3 seconds. There's more options in terms of a selfie, because you can freeze and take a screenshot of the photo. So it's not just the simple one click. So we have the presence of mind to switch the photos to live. Her testimony is that he assaulted her in those first 5 photos. There's a 3-minute break, and then she agrees to take more photos. It makes no sense. She's being physically assaulted, holding a camera for the first 10, 15 seconds, and then comes back for more after 3 minutes. Not only that, if you look at the photos, if somebody gooses you, grabs your butt or your privates, you're going to make a face. You're going to flinch. You're going to blink. You're going to do something. You don't see any of that in these photos. Again, she's holding the phone. She could have just stopped it if this is what was happening. The photos and the videos do not support in the least. In fact, they alone provide reasonable doubt that this assault supposedly occurred. Let's look at the second to last live photo. Because again, her testimony was, towards the end was when he grabbed me by the crotch and whipped me around like a rag doll. Second to last photo. There's a foot of space between them. He's not whipping her around or doing anything. Let's look at the last photo. So let me first say, he says, does that work? Question to her. We don't know what comes next. We don't know what she says next, but what we do see is another selfie. He's asking her, and now we have another selfie, and she holds that pose. That's not an indecent assault and battery. That's not any kind of assault and battery. Not only that, if you look at that second, when you go back and review the evidence, if you look at that second video, you can see her leaning over to Mr. Batali like this, and there's a space between them. How could his right arm even get around to grab her breast when he's pulling her cheek with his other hand? He'd have to be Stretch Armstrong to do that. It's physically not possible to do what she says happened. So the photos and videos don't lie. They don't have a financial motive to lie. But Ms. Tenney does. The photos and videos contradict her testimony, which is self-serving, financially motivated testimony, which we've established. Now, there's no other witnesses from the bar that night. Nobody can corroborate her story. She's the only one. The Commonwealth is asking you to convict Mr. Batali of an indecent assault and battery on the word of somebody who's an admitted liar. She admitted to lying under oath in a courtroom to a judge. That's reasonable doubt. Her testimony can't be relied upon in this case, Your Honor. In her world, the truth is a flexible concept. It doesn't really exist. She'll say whatever helps her in the moment. And I think we saw that actually on the witness stand. For the first time in 5 years, she says he put his tongue in her ear. That came out on the witness stand. She can't be relied on. Her word is not good. Her word under oath is not good. You saw that when she made a mockery of a criminal trial in Middlesex to get out of jury duty. I'll talk more about that later, but think about it. She was 29 years old. Wouldn't it have been obvious to her to get out of jury duty by simply checking the victim box on that jury questionnaire? Given that she had just claimed several weeks earlier that she'd been assaulted. But instead, she comes up with this clairvoyance excuse, which we know is an excuse by her text message, and I'll show you those later. What is motivating her to get up here and go through all this? Well, that's obvious as well. It's the civil suit, which is an evidence, and I'm not going to show, you don't need to see it. That's Exhibit 3. She makes bold claims in there that this was a brutally dehumanizing assault, causing her severe and extreme emotional distress. She says that she's got a specific fear of being assaulted or touched in an inappropriate manner in public. Those are all claims, and she's seeking damages, which we know and the court can take judicial notice of, in excess of $50,000, which is the jurisdictional limit for Superior Court. So we know she'll, well, let me ask you, I'll suggest this. She's seeking far in excess of $50,000 here. We know that she lied and scammed a gym for $200. What would she do for more than $50,000? We know the lengths that she went to go to get out of that gym membership, with her mother enlisting her to create a fake lease, basically bamboozling a businesswoman at a gym for $200. So what wouldn't she do to score a big hit with a celebrity chef that she took selfies with? And I'm sure plenty of people might tell a white lie about I'm moving away and tell them that, but to go to the trouble to create a fake legal document, to then email it and tell a crazy story about New Hampshire, and then it becomes, I'm actually in Western Mass, that's beyond the pale. That's not normal everyday lying. That shows an ability and a willingness to engage in a well thought out, pre-planned fraud. And then another lie came out when she was on this witness stand yesterday. After a lot of back and forth, she admitted that she actually had hired a lawyer before she ever engaged her civil lawyers to sue Mario Batali. And she hired that lawyer to make a demand on another restaurant in Boston. She reluctantly admitted it, said, I'm not really sure, but he wasn't really my lawyer. I don't know. She squirmed and feigned a lack of knowledge until I showed her the text message where she referred to her former lawyer as an effing Arab who took her money. That came out on the witness stand. Another surprise. Now let's look, I'll just walk through the list of things that she did that undermine her story. First of all, on May 25th, and this is Exhibit 6, again, keeping in mind her emotional distress, claims that she's going to be triggered if she goes near Italy. She couldn't stand to see his face on a pasta jar. Well, where does she go 4 weeks after he brutally assaults her? She goes to Italy. And then again, you heard her prevaricate on the witness stand. Well, I don't, maybe somebody dragged me there. I don't know. And then we have her text message, which I just put into evidence. I don't have the number handy, where she said Italy was kind of cool, completely undermining her story that this man assaulted her in any way. She spent $42.25 that day, and it was kind of cool. She went back to that. I know she said, well, it wasn't the place that's triggering, it was the person. You, Your Honor, have to think about, is that a reasonable statement? If somebody was really brutally dehumanized, assaulted in a bar, would they go back there 3 times that we know of, including on the day when a reporter tells you they're moving forward with your story? That's Exhibit 8, the picture of her in town. You can see that tile floor that's visible in the pictures of Mr. Batali. So if you think about that, she went to the very place where she was assaulted on the day she learns that the reporter is going to publicize her truth. It simply defies all logic and common sense, Your Honor. It makes no sense whatsoever. Then you just heard this supposed first complaint conversation with Ms. Buckley. And there was the text messages that were entered into evidence. Again, I don't have the exhibit number handy, but it was one of the last exhibits. You probably remember because it was like 20 minutes ago, where Ms. Kinney texts the picture of Batali. She's making fun of a drunk girl in the bar. She says, Mr. Batali's a fat F. There's no mention of any assault, and she's not someone who's afraid to mention it. We already saw her other text messages where she says he assaulted me. She told reporters months later. And by the way, this idea that she had an epiphany on December 11, 2017, when she read an article that all these other women had come forward, it's nonsense. She had an epiphany that she could cash in on her encounter with Mr. Batali, and she had the photos as evidence. And that's exactly what she's trying to do. And she's trying to use this criminal process in the DA's office to make it happen. Look at the text message she sent to Rachel Buckley. That is not a text message of a woman who was indecently assaulted just hours before. Then we have Exhibit 10, which is the Peter Vaseline text. Again, Peter is the boyfriend of Miss Buckley, who just testified, who's supposedly there when she describes the indecent assault. And in July, he says, hey, do you still have those Mario Batali photos? I was talking about it at work. She says, ha, 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 hilarious. That's talking about this supposed indecent assault and battery. Those are her own words at the time, before she had the financial motive to come forward with those photos to make some money. That's her state of mind, completely undermining her story that she was assaulted. Then we have Exhibit 9, which is that Italy, Europe Facebook post where it's a little subtle, but if you look at closely at the pages, you can see that she does that praising hands emoji thing, which she agreed was a positive sign or a positive, I don't know, sentiment about this place in Italy that Mr. Batali was opening. Again, this is the guy who supposedly assaulted her. It makes no sense because it didn't happen. Then we have, like I said, the epiphany around December 11th when the article comes out and she claims, now I didn't feel like I was the only one. But now what she does is she jumps on the bandwagon, and we have the text messages. You just saw one from Miss Buckley on December 11th where she says, I want to sell these photos. She texted her friend, Kayla, who she didn't, by the way, disclose in the course of civil discovery. She says, oh, wow, do I have a good story for you? A good story. That's what she referred to her encounter with Mr. Batali as. Like, WTF, pay me $10K or I post them all. That's her incentive at that point in time. Then, Your Honor, I think we have what really is, now I know at one point, ADA Benelli, and I have the utmost respect for both these prosecutors, but she suggested in questioning Ms. Tinney, did Mr. Fuller show you a text message where you admitted this didn't happen or something to that effect? And I objected, burden shifting. But this is as close to you can get to a text message where she acknowledges this didn't happen. And that's Exhibit 5, where she's texting with her friend Kayla Toner, and she's coaching her to talk to the reporter, and Kayla says, just play up the story. Again, if you're an indecent assault and battery victim, are you going to say, well, why? You'd say, why would I play up the story? This effer assaulted me, right? No, she says, OMG, of course, queen. She's playing up the story. This wasn't about speaking up for victims or holding people accountable. It's about her having a laugh with her friend and cashing in on Mr. Batali's celebrity status. We even heard her say something to the effect of, I thought this is how it worked with celebrities. You call a reporter and you get money or something like that. She lied for fun and she lied for money. That's what the evidence shows. She played up the story of her encounter with Mr. Batali. The meeting, she said it was ha, 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 hilarious, morphs into an indecent assault and battery. One other key point of evidence that I would call consciousness of her lies. And it's an aside, but I think it's important to remember, and I crossed her on it. If you look at Exhibit 4, that's the interrogatories that we propounded in the civil case before this went criminal. She was asked to identify all the people that she'd spoken to and to produce their communications. Under oath, she signed it, didn't mention Kayla Toner, didn't disclose her. We only have the text messages we have here because Judge Richard Sennett of the BMC ordered it. And thank God he did. Now, the court can take judicial notice of the docket in this case and see for itself how desperate her lawyers fought our effort to get those text messages. And frankly, the Commonwealth objected as well. There were multiple motions for reconsideration. Her lawyers fought tooth and nail to keep us from getting them. And thankfully, we got them because they show that Mr. Batali's innocent. And then we have the coaching of Rachel Buckley on January 22nd. Again, if you're really an indecent assault and battery victim, you're going to have to tell your friend, just tell him how creepy and effed he was. It makes no sense. She's doing this for money. And then, Your Honor, Exhibit 12. Well, let me first talk about the questionnaire, the jury questionnaire. Which I know the court is familiar with. Of course, I don't have this exhibit number handy.
Exhibit 11. Is that exhibit 11, counsel?
Yes, it's 11. Again, exhibit 12 is an email that she sent to the reporter. Mario Batali assaulted me. She acknowledged she was a victim of assault and she knew that was a crime, and it's not on this. She didn't check the box. Instead, she writes clairvoyancy. Her own text messages show that that's absolutely ludicrous. She's not clairvoyant. She said she was on the stand. I would suggest that that was an untruthful statement on her part, based on the text messages we have. I'm looking at Exhibit 13, texting with Olivia James. And this is all relevant because why would you put I'm clairvoyant as a joke to get out of jury duty if you were actually a victim? Like she claims to be today, like she claimed in December before she sat on the jury. I told them I'm clairvoyant and can pick major events. And they picked me first. This is Exhibit 13. It's a guy from Nowhere, Mass. Guilty. And her friend says on page 3, OMGGG, they went for it. What's it? It's the gag that she's clairvoyant. She's not clairvoyant. She said that on the witness stand, under oath. Later on page 4, bah, crazy wants a crazy. Ha, 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 it's all a big joke. And by the way, she's testified, I believe she said, I didn't understand how serious this was or something like that. I took the evidence seriously, but she sat in a courtroom. My 13-year-old son and his friends know that this is serious business coming into a courtroom. She was 29 years old, college educated. That is not believable in the least. She has no care for an oath. She could care less. She made a mockery out of this trial, and she's making a mockery out of this criminal process as well. Then we look at exhibit, more on the clairvoyancy, exhibits 14. This is to her mother. It's a 4-day case. This is page 1. Should I try to get out? I'm the first one they picked. I even said I'm clairvoyant. My father was witness to murder. This is page 3. At the bottom, her mother says clairvoyant, question mark. So her mother didn't even know she's claiming to be clairvoyant. And then the last one, I think this along with the Kayla Toner text sums it up. This is with her friend Vicky Marino. It's exhibit 15. Talking about jury duty. She says, this guy is in a criminal case with like a shitload of major charges. 5 counts of strangulation, all this shit. And she said, her friend says, oh my God, dude, what? That's insane. Yeah, the guy totally did it. LOL. Also, we aren't supposed to talk about it, but I don't care. I don't care. She knew what the rules were. She broke them. She didn't care. She knows what an oath is. She doesn't care. And I would suggest that is her attitude. And that was her attitude on the witness stand and in this entire proceeding. The rules don't apply to her. She'll say whatever she wants in the moment, whatever advances her agenda. And then we have the fact that she engages the civil attorneys to sue Mr. Batali. It says it right there in the engagement letter, which I didn't put in evidence, but I'm sure the court remembers. Doesn't say hiring these lawyers for media consulting. It says to pursue assault and battery claims. That's what she wanted to do. She played dumb when the police interviewed her and acted like she didn't understand the process. She misled BPD, and that's why we're here today. Each and every one of these things is reasonable doubt. Each and every one. She lies for fun. She lies for money. And in this case, it appears she's lied for both. She lied under oath in the deposition. She lied in her sworn interrogatory answers. She lied to a gym to scam him out of $200. And she lied to a superior court judge in that criminal case at least twice when asked if she followed the rules. Under oath in a courtroom, like she was yesterday. The Commonwealth has the highest burden of proof on this case. They cannot meet it on the words of a proven and admitted liar. These aren't small, minor lies. These are big lies, bold lies, brazen lies in the face of a serious proceeding. She can't be believed, Your Honor, and we ask that you find Mr. Batali not guilty. Thank you.
Thank you.
I know you guys didn't like that, but I thought it was well done.
All right, Commonwealth.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, on April 1st, 2017, Natalie Teeny was sexually assaulted by Mario Batali. She came into this court to tell this court about what happened to her 5 years later because this happened to her. And despite all the dragging of this victim and all the distraction, all of the evidence taken together still proves this charge is true. Natalie Teeny was a 28-year-old young woman when she was assaulted by the 57-year-old defendant at Town Stove and Spirits. We heard all about that night. We heard from Miss Teeny herself, from Miss Buckley, the first complaint witness, who learned about the assault within a matter of days, from Miss Teeny's civil complaint, from her police interview, and even from years worth of her own text messages. We saw pictures from that night of the victim and of the defendant in those selfie pictures. And from those pictures, it's absolutely undeniable that on April 1st, 2017, the defendant was drunk and aggressive, grabbing and kissing all over Miss Teeny's face. That, at least, is plain as day in the pictures. Now, along with that face grabbing and kissing, we learned what was going on below the camera frame. The defendant groped Miss Teeny with his other hand, putting it on her breast, her butt, and her crotch. He tried to pull her into him more and more as he sat on his bar stool and she stood there, just trying to get a good fan photo. The kissing, the pulling, the groping, she never asked for it, she never wanted it, and she never consented to it. All she wanted was a selfie. We heard that Miss Teeny was confused, that she was just trying to get a good picture. And she didn't fully grasp what was happening with the defendant, drunk and grabbing her all over her body. She wasn't sure what was happening when the groping began. She tried to move her body, but the grabbing continued. She tried to smile awkwardly. We heard about that. She tried to laugh. She told us several times that that was her mechanism to try to de-escalate this situation as a powerful celebrity groped her in public, pulled her, and kissed her all over her face. This quick interaction, this indecent assault and battery, all happened in under 3 minutes. Plenty of time for the defendant to grope Miss Teeny all over her body, but no time at all for Miss Teeny to fully realize what was happening to her, let alone figure out what the appropriate response would be. How could you possibly expect a 28-year-old young woman to know exactly how to react to being sexually assaulted by a much older, powerful celebrity in a moment that was over in a flash in a couple of selfies? Miss Teeny did the only thing she could do. She walked away, but not before the defendant, after kissing and groping her, invited her back to his hotel. We heard a lot about this hotel issue at the trial. Was it the Mandarin or somewhere else? It doesn't matter. The Mandarin was right next door to town. Maybe the defendant was trying to somehow impress Miss Teeny by saying that. Or maybe he was just too drunk to even remember where he was staying. Either way, he invited Miss Teeny back to the Mandarin Hotel. That was the same thing she told the Boston police in 2018, and the same thing she told Mr. Fuller at her civil deposition in May of 2019. In addition to the sexual assault itself, we also learned all about how Miss Teeny decided to report this incident. We learned that in December of 2017, Eater published an article revealing similar accusations made against the defendant. Miss Teeny realized she was not alone. This wasn't some drunken, isolated incident, but this was a sexual assault that happened to her and maybe to others. Miss Teeny couldn't be silent anymore, so she spoke up. And that was and is her motive. It was clear all the way back in December 2017. This wasn't about money. It was about a sexual assault. She wasn't alone. This wasn't isolated, and she had to tell her story for herself and for these other women. She spent the next several months trying to figure out how to tell that story. She didn't know what to do, understandably so. She told the reporter and waited for her story to come out. Yes, we saw her joking with her friends about it. We saw the jokes about getting paid for the pictures. But they show a sloppy defendant sexually assaulting her, and she told us she genuinely thought that's what people in her situation do. That was her only option. Look at our examples from society. Isn't that what so many people in her situation do? When Miss Teeny's story came out in Eder, finally, on May 30th, 2018, she was ambushed with media attention. Again, and understandably so, she was confused. She had no idea what to do. So she hired a lawyer to help her manage the media attention. Then she learned she could file a police report. Eventually, she filed a civil suit. But all of this was all after Miss Teeny had been telling her story for months, the same story, to Miss Buckley right after, to Eder in December 2017. If this was really a scam for money, if this civil suit is a scam for money, why didn't Miss Teeny sue right away? Why didn't she call up some civil attorneys on April 2nd and sue the defendant for damages then? Because this has never been about money. This is about what happened to her. And a parallel civil suit that is completely legitimate and legal doesn't make her sexual assault from April 1st, 2017 any less true. Now, although the defendant has to prove nothing at his own trial, and the Commonwealth carries the burden, the defendant spent this entire trial trying to prove that this victim is simply a bad person. We heard hours of diversion and distraction to demonize this young woman and bring us farther and farther from the defendant and what actually happened on April 1st, 2017. What this trial is actually about. The fact of the matter, the law of this courtroom, is that it's not your job to judge Miss Teeny's conduct as a juror in a 2018 Middlesex case or a meaningless stunt she may have pulled to get out of a gym cancellation fee. We are here to judge the defendant and the sexual assaults he committed on this victim. It's your job to weigh this victim's testimony and credibility alongside with the first complaint witness who she told about this assault just days later and decide what happened on April 1st, 2017. Now, the only relevant consideration from this juror issue, the juror questionnaire, is the crime victim box that wasn't checked by Miss Teeny, which she clearly explained. Miss Teeny hadn't reported this crime to the police. Miss Teeny hadn't talked to the police at all at that point. She explained several times, and it was actually crystal clear in her police interview snippet that we heard during the trial. Miss Teeny didn't understand if she could file a police report, what that process involved, or the difference between a civil case and a criminal prosecution. That was clear. At the time she sat on that jury, the defendant had not been charged with a crime. Why would Miss Teeny say that she was a crime victim? So what does all of this irrelevant distraction from the defendant show? Sure, maybe the defendant has proven that Miss Teeny is an imperfect woman, but one can't expect all victims of sexual assault to be perfect, to have their lives and phone histories turned over and scrutinized under a microscope by the defendant's legal team and come out perfectly flawless, as if she has not lived in this world. Was Miss Teeny really supposed to never return to town, which was her regular hangout spot, because she'd been assaulted there? Was she supposed to not go to Italy that single time because the defendant was a part owner of it? Was Miss Teeny supposed to stop living her life because she was sexually assaulted by the defendant? She told you she was not going to do that. She told you that she came forward with this case so she wouldn't have to. Miss Teeny has made mistakes that we all knew would be aired out at this trial, and she came here and admitted to them anyways. She came here as the imperfect woman she is, not for sympathy, but because this happened to her. And even the defendant's evidence proved that. Every single text message we have in evidence is the victim talking about the sexual assault that happened to her. Maybe we don't like the way that she talks about it, or it's hard to understand some of the jokes and the coping mechanism she uses over text message. Maybe you even think it's distasteful or immature. But Miss Teeny has been criticized for her texts being too joking and too casual. She's been criticized for the dramatic language her lawyers put in her civil complaint about the emotional distress she's suffered. She's been criticized for her language and talking about this at every turn. How is a sexual assault victim supposed to react when a powerful celebrity assaults them in public? How do we begin to guess? Regardless of this, in all of these text messages, she's saying it happened. This happened to her. Never once does she say that this is a scam or a lie or made up for fun or for money. Not once in over 2 years of her private text messages. Now we have plenty of evidence of some of these completely unrelated so-called scams the defendant tried to tarnish Miss Teeny with. Don't you think that if this was just another scam, that would have come up in 2 years of her phone dump? Those texts aren't there because they don't exist. Because what happened to Miss Teeny on April 1st, 2017 is the truth. And today and yesterday, over 5 years later, Miss Teeny came in here to tell you the same thing that she told Rachel Buckley just a couple days later, and the same thing that she's been saying ever since. That Mario Batali sexually assaulted her at town that night in April of 2017. The evidence demands that you find him guilty. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, so what I would propose is that I'll take the exhibits and my notes, and we'll take a recess until 2 p.m. And at 2 p.m., we'll take the lunch and recess. And then at 2 p.m., I'll come back in and I'll deliver the verdict. All right. All right, thank you.
All rise. You guys better stand up. I know you're out there. Stand up. Yep, Keanu does the hover hand because he's smart. Well, remember, Darboy, that 2 hour break is the judge also coming up. He's going to deliberate and come up with a conclusion. So it's not just him. All right, guys. So well, I'm not standing up. This is my channel. I ain't standing up for no man. Anyways, yeah, guys. So I'll put up a poll now since we're at the end. I think I know where everybody stands right now. You know, where does everybody think this is? I mean, this is a pathetic trial. This was I was kind of wondering what the second witness was going to be able to tell us. And I hate to say I told you so or that I was right, but look what she did. She exactly told us, yeah, a victim told me X, Y, and Z. What does that actually do for us? I don't argue she offered anything helpful to the case. it was very duplicative testimony and very repetitive testimony to me, really. It was just bad. Just bad. So hold on here. 93 likes, guys. Thanks, I appreciate it. Almost back up to 4,900 subs. Go after YouTube. All right, guys. I just put the poll up. So, yeah, guys, in case you weren't sure, there is no jury. This is a bench trial, so the judge is acting as the jury. Well, the gift limit for taxes is actually about almost $15,000. So this would be well under that amount. Oh my God, you guys are just like blowing this up here. Oh my God, you guys are like, yes, this is in Boston. Cooking lunch. Anyways, Minor Green, thanks for showing up. I saw you pop in a little earlier. Yes, she's complaining. She complained that he groped her and made the inappropriate touchings, and it's basically her testimony alone. The videos and the things she showed didn't really help because they just show him like being all touchy-feely and being kind of like a lovable drunk, but nowhere that would give her cause. Yep. Yeah, the prosecutor's arguments were horrible. I know somebody in there said they didn't like the defense attorney's argument, but remember, he's just pointing out how big of a liar she is. He doesn't really have to tell a story. He's poking holes in the story. He's not offering an alternate. This isn't a case where you have to offer an alternate set of facts. Literally, he's just saying, she's a fucking liar. She's a liar, 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 liar. That's all he has to say there. He's not offering a story. He's blowing her story up. That doesn't mean he has to introduce his own story. Now, sometimes you do have to introduce a story, like in a self-defense case or a theory. But no, this is a more typical type of situation. They have not met the burden of proof. And you just keep hammering on that. So yeah, it may sound repetitive and not like there's any unifying theory, but that's all you have to do in this situation. Susan Concord, thanks for stopping by. Yeah, she sounds like an idiot. Yep. Also, if you met the prosecutor, yes. But yeah. Yeah, I think she was hoping he'd just cut her a check. She's asking for money in the civil trial, but here she wants him to be charged criminally and become a sex offender. You're allowed to do that, Susan, and you're allowed to do that with respect. But you say, Your Honor, you're the finder of fact. You need to do X, Y, and Z. When you write motions, you're allowed to say the court must do this. The court shall do this. The court should do this. As long as you do it respectfully, you can tell them what they should do or not do. Yeah, Saran. Yeah, I mean, Not right, Regina, not bad as a judge. I want to appreciate the lecture from the lawyer. Yeah, but it's understood, at least in the American legal system. You can tell, and Saran, I'm not sure where you're from, so I don't mean to imply anything, but there are some places where you give a lot of deference to the court. And here, you do respect the tribune, you do respect the court, but I am allowed to tell the judge how they should rule. I mean, that's part of my advocacy, so that's normal. Catching up, guys. Here, hold on. Yes, yeah, I don't disagree with that. Um, she sounds like well, there's no medical because there's no injury, so a medical examiner couldn't say if somebody grabs you by your no zones. There's not always like evidence for that. Yeah, and that's the problem with the witness. This witness was just told what had happened. She never experienced it or was there for it. Or was told in the immediate aftermath. That's why I don't know. I don't know. So, yeah. Guys, everybody, let's be nice. Let's play nice, children. Let's all play along. we can all be on here. Everybody just take a deep breath. It's just the internet. Okay, guys. Everybody here just chill out. I'll nuke this whole motherfucker if I have to. Just kidding, I wouldn't do that. Shaw, thanks for coming around. We're all gonna chill our jets a little bit. I didn't catch all of it, but we're gonna ice it down just a hair. Yeah, getting paid out. Look what happened. Yeah, Cuba Gooding Jr. is a great example of that. Saran, yeah, thanks. I appreciate it. I appreciate it a lot. You should be able to check it. I'm going to check the poll in a minute. Let's just be nice, guys. Oh, Boomer for $2. I have no chill. It was 87 here yesterday. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yeah, well, here in Ohio, up on the lake, it was 80 yesterday, so that was kind of nice. Yeah, generally, I mean, it applies place to place and person to person. But the fact that nobody responds, I wouldn't penalize a person for not responding. Sometimes it's a intimidating thing or a problematic thing. So, but yeah, there's a lot of places, if that happened to my sister, and he groped her, she might, there are quite a few women I know that the response would be to pull out like a pocket knife and try to stab them. Well, today it's nice, but like a month ago, it was awful here. I mean, 2 weeks ago, it was awful here. Clementine memories, folks. Yep. We're all just going to take a deep breath here. Yeah, well, I live in the Cleveland suburbs. 80 degrees is as warm as I can handle. See, don't worry about the medical examiner being clairvoyant. I mean, here's something to think about. Just us right now. What if the judge is clairvoyant? Duh, duh, duh. I don't know if it would be the proper response, but a lot of people are not going to fault you. Yeah, we've been doing that a lot too, Rachel. I don't know why your BFF went to Kent State. Bowling Green's got a better aviation program. But yeah, guys, this is I mentioned it yesterday, and for those of you that are new today, I thought this would be interesting because it's not a typical case that we watch or that you see on LawTube or on the internet. Period. But this is misdemeanor cases all over the place being tried. Happens all the time. These arguments very short, very succinct and sweet. Yeah. Okay, so the actual victim was on a jury, a criminal jury recently, and she wrote on her jury questionnaire she was clairvoyant and made to get out of jury duty. So she claims to be clairvoyant, and the defense attorney asked her on the stand, "Is that true? Did you say all this?" Yes. Just to get her that she's a liar, she actually admits to being a clairvoyant. So she literally admitted she thinks she can read minds and whatnot. Yeah, Cuba Gooding Jr.'s thing is whole crazy. I might try to do something about. I might try to cover that a little bit. That whole thing got crazy really quick. Dagan, I just think he didn't know who was being labeled a clairvoyant. Yeah, in this case, the charges are the punishment. The process is the punishment. If you've ever heard that before, a friendly stabbing like in Ohio. Well, see, what I would tell you is, and I here's what I can tell you, Boomer. I cannot tell you to lie as an officer of the court, to lie if you're ever on a jury, but you don't have to tell them about that. If you were to keep that, in your pocket, and then later on you get to jury deliberations, you say not guilty, nobody can really harm you, but I can never encourage you to lie. Originally from Lorraine here. The funny thing is, Dusty, I grew up in Lorraine County as well. So that's over on the way over on the west side, the way over on the western edges of Cleveland. I grew up in Lorraine County, way to the south, though. So, yeah. Lorraine's not a nice town anymore, sadly, though. A clairvoyant judge would be both based and horrifying. Yes, it would. Yes, that would be very awkward. I don't know if I'd want a based judge like that. So where are we at? Going to the dumpster defenders with rackets. I know it's in the beginning of August. My schedule I might be able to do it. I forget what days exactly it is. I might be able to cover it. As far as doing it with Nick, that's more his call. I think that would be fun, but ultimately that's up to him. I would never want to kind of ingratiate myself that way, but yeah, if you want, I assume he's going to have people on, and I'll pop in as much as I can, but me and him set doing it like that. No, nothing really set in stone. Nick kind of just throws out an invite and people are allowed to jump in. So I'd probably doing that as much as I could, though. It's going to be a good one. But if you don't know you're clairvoyant, how do you know? Can you be clairvoyant if you don't know if you are? Makes you think a little bit. It's going to be fun. Yes, it's going to be fun to watch, but I'm sure those two, I'm sure son and dad right now are both thinking, holy shit, I really wish I hadn't done this. Because that is going to be, that is far from a home run on either side. That is going to be a dogfight of a case, I think, at the end of the day. Aren't stabbings inherently unfriendly? Pretty much, I would agree. Yeah, you don't have to justify. You don't have to talk about jury nullification. You don't have to bring it up. If you just want to keep your mouth shut, get on a jury and blow it up, nothing to stop you. I can never condone that though. But if you were to do that, oh well. Oh, cool. Yeah, there are kinds of things there. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it too. Would a clairvoyant judge would know what porn you watch and judge you accordingly. Yeah, that's part of the reason why I probably have a rough time. Uh, but you know what? Hey, whatever happens, happens there. Um, let's see here. Is court coming back for the verdict today? Yes, 2 p.m. 2 p.m. Come back. I don't know what that means. I'm glad you figured out for your clairvoyance. You seem to be very rational. I hope if you're talking about me, thank you. If not, someone else. It's a very kind compliment to whoever it was you're making it to. Clairvoyant judge, I say clairvoyant Borowski. Oof, that would be rough. Yeah, I get what you mean. Borowski attitude and clairvoyance. Oh, the dumpster trial. Okay, well, so a father and son are accused of murdering a man over throwing a mattress in a dumpster. Um, really kind of what it stems from. I plan on doing like a video kind of covering that, but long and the short, um, they get together and there's a fight over what to throw in the dumpster. The guy trying to throw the mattress away is super aggressive and super antagonistic, has a bat, threatens to hurt the father. The father's holding a pistol and shirtless because why not? It's Texas. Um, there's a lot of shit talking going on. The son is standing behind dad, shirtless and holding a shotgun. And yeah, eventually at some point, and you can't see what the mattress guy does, but dad shoots, and then in the process throws the bat at dad, and then son shoots with the shotgun and finishes him off. It looks like self-defense, and I think it's self-defense because I don't think you can prove otherwise. But we'll see. I mean, I don't know what these guys said if they talked to the cops. What other evidence is there? There might be other cameras. Who really knows? But it's far from something you'd want to be dealing with. And remember, these guys have been sitting there. This is in the back of their minds the whole time. Like, oh my God, I'm going to trial and I might go to prison forever. So yeah, as much as they probably liked waxing him and getting him off the street, I don't know if you want to have to think about it the whole time. But yeah, Debbie, I will work. I'm going to do something about that coming up, but we have all summer to get ready. Starts in August. Yeah, it'll be interesting. It is a dumpster fire, killing over a mattress. Yeah, going to cost more money than the extra mattress in the dumpster. Yeah, was this really worth it? And I would argue definitely wasn't. Yeah, the Lori Daybell. I know on civil law, he already said he's already got his time booked out for that. But yeah, I'll probably do something covering it. And she just got found competent, so I plan on doing a thing about insanity too, and how that all works and how competency goes. I have not heard about that. So that would be interesting. If you find out anything, let me know. Let me know. Actually, I don't think so. I mean, because all the son knows is he saw his dad get hurt with the bat, and I mean, he could easily say, I came up immediately to start shooting to protect him. My dad's an old, frail guy. I think he's got a good argument too. At the end of the day, if they, I mean, either they both go down or they both walk. I don't think you'll see a split. Yes, take your swing. Take your swing. You do that, I'll kill you. It sounds like the murdered over popcorn. Yeah, it's a little bit different, but it gets close though. Yeah, it's a dumpster in the alleyway that everybody could use, and the city came and emptied it out. It's like a community dumpster for the block. Okay, I know people don't like doing jury duty, but if you think you're halfway intelligent, halfway rational, and halfway reasonable, and would be very critical of the state's evidence, you should not be trying to get out of jury duty. In fact, I'd argue that's a shitbag thing to do. Why do I think that's bad to do? Well, if you think you would give that person a fair shake, you should be on that jury. Um, think about it this way: if you were facing a criminal charge, would you want, and you could clone yourself, would you put your clone on the jury? You would. You'd want to be on your own jury because you know what? You'd give yourself the benefit of the doubt and try to be fair and reasonable. Well, when you don't do that and you help encourage this and people keep doing this, you encourage and kind of set forth this cycle and this idea that it's okay to get out of jury duty. Okay, so when it's your turn in the barrel, you got a bunch of retards up there on your jury. People you don't trust, people who make dumb decisions. So what does that do? Well, then you're fucked. So no, you should always be up there for jury duty. I'm not encouraging you to lie. That's your own decision to make with yourself. But you should not be trying to get out of jury duty. I think that I'm not saying you, Stabby, personally, but people that do that, I mean that is a shitbag move at the end of the day. And sorry, that's my rant for the day. I know it's not a Joe rant, but you can't be doing that. It's not cool, and it shouldn't be encouraged. You shouldn't laugh at those people. And if you ever meet somebody who's like, "Oh, I said yeah, we should execute people for stealing," you should call them a fucking idiot because they deserve to be called an idiot. Yeah, there are no shirts in evidence. Yes, I think we'll be trying to plan cover Sarah Boone next week. She is accused of letting her boyfriend suffocate inside a suitcase. Um, I don't think she's guilty because I don't think she helped put him in there. So, yeah. Yes, right now they're trying to get Lori and Chad Daybell Vallow or whatever the hell is going on. The problem is Lori did not waive her speedy trial rights, so they can't push it out too far. So she's forcing it to happen soon. Chaucerian fraud. Yeah, the mattress is ancillary because yes, and it's just like the popcorn isn't why the one guy died. You know, Chad died because he was a dickhead and wanted to be aggressive. Um, yeah, he sounds like he's got some issues, but then again, though, sometimes people will get ramped up if one side shows up with guns. Yeah, I know I showed that video, but I think I'll break it down a little bit more, and I don't have it right now. And using my laptop, it's not exactly the fastest right now. Gets a little bogged down trying to do all the streaming, so I don't want to try to show it on here. Yeah, it sucks to be on a grand jury because they pretty much indict everything. And I think, daggone, that should be changed, and you can change that when you show up for jury duty. And that's fine. Then be that contrarian, hang that jury. You'll be doing God's work. No, but just say you're fair and impartial, and that you'll give both sides a fair shake. I mean, that's really what you should say. I mean, if you really believe you're reasonable and all that, and you want to get on a jury, just say, look, I'll be fair to everybody. Yeah, I think that's a good summary of it. That's a good, probably short way to put it down. Yeah. If you don't want to see people get screwed, don't skip out. Because the more good people that show up, the more likely you'll get good people on a jury. You aren't painted blue, it can't be a Joe rant. Fair enough. I love doing jury duty. They never call me. Yeah, well, that's the other part of it too. You just got to get lucky. What was he do? What was the guy doing in a suitcase? Oh, for Sarah Boone. He was like, they were drinking and he could do it. He was like a contortionist and he could fit in there. So just people doing dumb stuff while they're drunk. We should put execution back in the public square and reserved for maps and murderers. Well, I always still think rape should go back to being a capital offense, but that's just me. It might. You know, there was something to be said in society when you had to show up on Sunday afternoon after church and you had to go watch the hanging. And, you know, because back when they did public executions at the town square at the county courthouse, that was like the event. It was a Sunday event, you know, guys out there selling elephant ears, there's carnival rides, and then they did the hanging. So that happened a lot. Oh, Dusty Storm. 1999. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yeah, thanks for the super chat. Best argument I've heard for not avoiding jury duty. Thank you. I appreciate that a lot. Very, very much. Also, 1999 in American pesos. Very helpful. I won't tell y'all I spent a whole year in Fed duty. Oh, did you do a Fed grand jury? Yeah, that could be something. That's a whole nother story, grand jury duty. That doesn't sound like fun, Kristen. But yeah, thank you again, Dusty. I appreciate it. Well, just you know, eventually you probably will. You know, I don't feel. I guess I'll say it to you like this, Chaucerian. You don't owe society a duty, but do you really feel that same society should be railroading people and giving, you know, convicting people with intellectually deficient juries? Because, you know, at some point society does decide to charge you. It doesn't matter that they've kept wages stagnant or flat for 40 years. They've charged you with a crime and now you're in front of a jury. So, you know, that person sitting in the barrel, they didn't choose to be there. I just something to think about. You know what? That said, though, I know you've been on here before, and you know we can agree to disagree, but just something to think about, at least from my opinion. Truthfully, I'm a bit of smart ass. Who isn't? What's his poll for? I thought it said, you know, what do you think the verdict is? You know, what's your verdict for Mario? Well, I mean, but how do you gauge that pay? Because we come from all over. Oh, hold on. Also, guys, I forgot to mention I have a client coming in at 1. I'm going to meet with him a little bit, but I should be back on by 2. Probably about 45 minutes, just so everybody's aware. But I mean, yes, that should be some level of it, Matt, but what do we gauge it on? Like, yeah, sure, if you make $40,000 a year, we can make some equivalent pay, but does that mean then if I make $100,000 a year, the court needs to give me that balance? It should be more than a couple bucks. I agree. I agree with that part. I mean, I think with the Billy Ray Turner trial, we saw those juries, they were basically sequestered and had to live in a hotel for a couple of days, like almost 9 days. They got $200 out of it. Yeah, it should be, but that's once again, that comes to a matter of, well, people don't like paying taxes and they vote down taxes. So if you vote down taxes, then you bitch that the government doesn't have any money. How do you balance that? But I think that would help a lot. And that's probably true, Stabby. If that's the case, then that's not something you can get around. And I appreciate you being honest about who's in your family when you fill out the questionnaires, because yeah, that makes me a little cautious. As an attorney, I get a little leery if I know people that they have judges and cops in their family. I don't really think I want that person on a jury. That happens a lot too. Sometimes you just show up and get sent home. Yeah, there's video of the whole dumpster shooting. Yes. Yeah, it's true. It's true. Timmy Sitch. Send me some info about that. I don't think I know that. I don't know it by name. Maybe I know it by facts, but it's not ringing any bells. Because the state governments and local governments decided that's the case. I mean, that's just how it is, because Massachusetts decided they wanted $50 a day. Oh, Critter, I didn't know you had jury duty coming up. Cool. Yeah, some people get picked for jury duty all the time, and some people never ever get it. Um, yeah, I wouldn't disagree with paying people like a minimum thing of like 15-20 bucks an hour. I don't think that'd be objectionable, but once again, it's a issue of money, and everybody has money, so that becomes a problem. Um, oh yeah, I don't necessarily see the death penalty being a deterrent, Dusty, but I do think that there's nothing wrong with the society saying like, look, we have some crimes that are so beyond the pale, we've got to punish you for them. Um, I don't think that's wrong to do. Do I think the state should always be, the populace should be exacting and careful when they do it? Yes, but it's about punishment, not necessarily deterrence. I mean, yes, at the end of the day, threatening people with the death penalty has gotten people to, turn on their friends because nobody wants to get the needle nowadays. Um, JCS is a YouTube channel, and they cover a lot of psychological things, and you should check him out. Apparently, he got rid of a lot of videos, but what he has left on there is still really good to watch. I highly recommend it. Yeah, Debbie, I think Saran does a great job of explaining it, but it's one of those deals where they're going to claim he advanced on him with the bat. So, when a bat's deadly force, especially when you say you're going to fuck someone up or kill them, well, then they have to assume you're going to fuck them up or kill them. I'll take a look at it. Oh, hold on one second. Sorry about that, guys. Had an issue at the office. Yes, I think you guys are starting to see that. Some of these courts, I mean, there are some courts you can see that, like the Fairfax County one where Johnny and Amber are brand new, kept up nice and spiffy. Some courts are ghetto as fuck. If you guys want to see what a very ghetto courtroom looks like, I did a case way back when I started streaming. It's called Audrey Cole. It happened down in Carroll County, Ohio, which is probably out of the 88 counties in the state of Ohio, it's like number 75 in terms of total population. It's one of the least populated counties in the state. They don't have a high tax base. The court is very old, and you can tell by looking at it, it's not up with the times. That said, I've also been in other courtrooms where, yeah, they built the court in the 70s and it's fallen apart. So it's just, yeah. But also keep in mind too, though, this, it sounds like in this situation, yeah, there's audio recording, but it's meant for the record, so like a stenographer could type it up later. It looks like they had to kind of wheel in all the actual good audio equipment, so that's why this one was kind of shitty. Yeah, nobody should die, but that's why you don't. Nobody should die over that, but also nobody should be willing to kill or willing to die over it is the other issue. Yeah, but you can boil down the dumpster to even bigger thing. Assholes collided. And, for them, that was their real life. That was the biggest thing they had in their lives, was a fucking mattress and a dumpster. Imagine if they had better shit to worry about in their lives. Unpreded, thank you. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know if that's true, and I can't take the dead guy's story at face value. And like I said, I don't know if that's true or not because I can't trust that one side's being honest. Yeah, that's the thing. When somebody's got a gun out, guys, I've mentioned this before, just leave. Don't try to tell them, oh, you're not going to shoot me. You're not going to shoot me. How do you know? And are you, because here's the other thing too. If you're making that gamble and you're wrong, guess what happens? You die. So don't make that gamble, kids. I don't know, but that's, could be a lot of shithole places. Not sure what you're talking about there. God, everybody fucking left. Okay, well, I guess everybody's going to eat lunch. Jeez. Either that or nobody wanted to hear me talk. Oof. So the verdict on the poll, 46 votes, better than nothing. 11% guilty, 60% not guilty, 13% I want my 10,000. And then for 17%, Italy is a bad pun. Well, instead of just worth is killing or dying over, are you willing to go to prison for this? Because most of the time somebody doesn't get killed, but are you willing to go to prison over this nonsense? Are you willing to sit in jail over the weekend for this nonsense? Because yes, most of the times the answer is no, and very rarely is it ever going to be a time you're like, I'm willing to go to prison for this, and I'm willing to die for it. Assholes collided. Hey, you know what? Well, I think, what's my schedule looking like the rest of this week? Because I might be home. Home is where the good mic is. Yeah, tomorrow I am at home. I don't know what I'm going to do tomorrow. I probably will stream during the day. I'm not sure what. Um, oh, refresh showing 72 votes. Oh shit. Okay. Um, but yeah, I don't know if you clip and stuff. Go back through some of those old streams I've done on Thursday night so far. There's a lot of clippy shit you can do. But yeah, I will do. Yeah, tomorrow or next time you're on, remind me, and I'll discuss that. Thank you, I appreciate it. In a lot of liberal places, you cannot even defend yourself with too much force. In my country, I would have let a smaller man punch me several times before I wrecked them. What country are you in? Because that's interesting. Yeah, the use of force is not always the same everywhere you are, and you do have to consider what the government's going to do. Yeah, I did say I was at one. I'm going to have to skip out. Yeah, work needs to happen, so you're still on speaker. Well, I guess I'm glad I'm filling some role. Like Branka's advice, since I always carry, if a situation might get to the point where I need to use my gun, I leave. Yeah. The best way to never have to worry about defending yourself is avoiding the situations where you'll have to be in that situation. Don't go to stupid places and do stupid things with stupid people. If you do those three things, you'll generally be very safe in your life. There's times where it'll be boring, but yeah, avoidance, de-escalation, and deterrence. Those are your friends. Those are your best tools. First time L. Jones, first time watcher. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Got here via your visits with Ricada. I'll be in and out watching. Have to take the pup to the vet, but really enjoying your channel. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yeah, if you really like it, like and subscribe, certainly. But yeah, thanks for stopping by. Dangerous area. Oh, county, not country. Okay, sorry, I thought it said country. Yeah. I'm gonna leave it up. I'm just gonna shut the camera off, mute the mic, and then deal with all my stuff, and then I'll come back in. Oh yeah, have fun. Have fun. Well, you live. Bronco lives out in Colorado too, so. But I can see why Denver County or Boulder County could be an issue, or whatever county it is. I don't know Colorado that well. Yeah, I will be definitely back on by 2. Yeah, the best self-defense tactics are the ones you don't have to fight. Because if you don't fight, your odds of guaranteeing your safety are through the roof. Jeez. Yes. Let's get on the accelerationism train. Not sure everybody's happy to do that or wants to do that. But anyways, good to see you again. If you didn't hear, I'm going to be leaving at about 1. I got a client who's supposed to be here. Now, that said, if he does not show up, which, believe it or not, they don't always do, I'll probably be hanging around. And I'll probably hang around until I know for sure he's here. Isn't it like a really long drive from like Nebraska to Boulder and Denver? I mean, I know like they border each other, but my understanding of once you cross the Mississippi River, and I've been to Iowa and Kansas, I haven't really gone farther west than that. It's just everything is really long and it takes forever to drive across. So, some people have a PCMR. Oh, here we go. Hold on, guys. Answering something real quick again. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to catch up with something. Give me 1 second here. Sorry about that, guys. Trying to catch up here. Okay. Gosh, where did everybody go here? Took 14 hours from Quad Cities to Denver. Dang. Oh, just about 3/4 of an hour. Okay, you must live like way on the edge of Nebraska then. That would be interesting, but like if it's most likely in most little courts, you'll never hear about it. And Boston Municipal Court, you'll probably never see another televised trial ever again. This is probably the most interesting and high-profile case they will ever deal with. Denver to Omaha is 8 hours. Jeez, that's a lot of driving. Yeah, guys. Well, it looks like I might not be having my client after all. So, oh well. That's the case. We'll talk more. We can talk about other things that are going on. Also, Parallax, I got what you sent me. Holy cow, that does sound interesting. Um, um, yeah, you're usually things don't, unless you live in a very, very, very small area. Um, you have to be careful. Like you might not get the trial you want. Um, James Cromwell superglued himself to the counter of a Starbucks and charging extra for plant-based milk. But was the super glue plant-based? Because if not, naughty, James. Using non. All right. Well, hey, have fun, Stabby. Be careful. Don't spill chemicals on yourself. You don't want to be like Daredevil. But yeah, we're back on it too. But thank you. I appreciate it. And yeah, have a good one. But yeah, back to this. If the super glue wasn't plant based, not cool. Um, yeah, plant based milk is very expensive. Cashew milk is the best. Well, I like almond milk. Almond milk's very good too. Almond milk is super good. Oh, here, guys, somebody's calling. I gotta take this. Guys. All right, I'm back. Yes, gluing your hands to a table. Yes. No, because you have the right to freely travel among the states. That goes like the full faith and credit clause. Oh, you're talking about on the own border, privatized border wall. Well, there is somebody doing that. It's like We Fund the Wall or We Build the Wall was already doing that. The issue though is the government could try to claim Texas has no right to do immigration, which what they argued with Arizona. So, if Arizona can't enforce border restrictions, I don't think Texas is going to be able to build the wall on its own, really. So, I think there's more things Texas can do that are more effective at this point, instead of itself spending billions of dollars. Some lactate, jeez. I'm glad I didn't cover all that stuff. Okay, I'm gonna leave some of that alone for right now. No, I got a couple of things I'm trying to answer. Um, Sorry, guys, I'm trying to catch up on some things real quick here. Sorry, guys, I had to check that out. Sorry, give me 1 minute here. I don't know. Maybe she's too stupid to realize. I'm assuming she doesn't realize what's going on. Yes, as a Cleveland fan, I remember when that happened to him. That was very funny. Just find somebody to randomly snipe for 45 minutes. Yeah, maybe I'll snipe Joe. Maybe I'll do that. Let's you know what? Let's just stream Joe for right now and see what he's talking about. Let's see what Joe's up to. Oh, 79 votes. Yes, 79 votes in the poll. And we are up to not guilty, 56%. I'm going to leave it up for a while and see what else we can get. But, let's go to good logic. Yeah, I figured Joe's reviewing Johnny's testimony, but let's just get on there. Excuse me. It's got 1,500 people watching. Damn. We need to crush him and next. I don't know. We got a long way to go though. He's got like 800. All right, here we go. May as well make this fun for 45 minutes because my guy did not show up, and I don't think he's coming in at this point. Oh, come on. Let's go. Come on, computer. I know you can do the work.
Change you got Bruce Whitkin. Thank you. So this email is an email that you sent to Mr. Whitkin on June 6, 2013 at 7:05 a.m. The one that starts with seriously be with you. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And Bruce Whitkin was a longtime friend of yours, right?
Yes, sir. For a long time.
You met in Florida many years ago, right?
Yes.
And then he lived in Los Angeles, and you all were very close friends until a few years ago, correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, permission to publish, I move for admission of this, permission to publish with the email addresses redacted. And if they want me to redact Mr. Whitkin's response.
We have no objection to that, Your Honor, and I don't think we need to have Mr. Whitkin's response redacted.
All right, so you just want to have just the identifiers redacted, and that's all?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, we can do that.
Okay, now I know this is a few years before.
I'm going to sit down and break.
In 2015, which we
I get to a break.
lunch. But I want to just, you can scroll down, Michelle, please, to the paragraph that starts brain is on full tilt. Maybe just blow up the first couple sentences there. Okay, yeah, perfect. So in this email to Mr. Whitkin in June of 2013, you write to him, brain is on full tilt. The circus never stops. Feel physically fucked constantly. I'm wired up so tight that I'm barely able to deal with people on any level that is remotely enjoyable. See that? Did I read that right?
Yes, I see, yeah.
Now, Michelle, can you please pull up Exhibit 350, Defendant's Exhibit 350?
Guys, I hope the echo's gone. I was trying to listen a little bit myself.
This is a text exchange that you had with Stephen Duders, your personal assistant.
There, now it looks like I'm on
March
screen with
6th,
Joe.
2015. So we fast
Yes,
forward
Joe,
a
I
couple
agree.
years. You see that?
So 1628, is it? Third one down.
Yeah, yes, sir. 1628. Third one down. And this is a text that you sent to Mr. Duders on March 6th, 2015.
Sorry, just reading it. Yes.
And by this point, you had been in Australia since about the week after your wedding, right? So for 3 weeks or so? Is that
Can you
about
stop
right?
with the text messages?
Okay. And Amber didn't arrive until around this time, correct? Beginning of March?
Yes, I recall that Amber arrived around
6 or 7th of March, right? Okay. So you've been outside of her presence for the last 3 or 4 weeks prior to this, right?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. Can you, Your Honor, I would move for admission of Defendant's Exhibit 350 with identifiers redacted.
Your Honor, we would ask that the top email to Mr. Holmes and the last email from Mr. Duders be redacted.
Just the two in the middle.
Yes.
Sure, and honestly, Your Honor, then we're gonna do that. We can just redact the, actually, we can redact the second one too, so we just do the third.
Your Honor, we believe that's necessary for context.
Okay, I'm sorry, so we'll just get rid of the
Okay.
first one and the.
Sound is horrible. All right, I guess I'll turn down my sound
Two middle text.
a lot here. There, how about that? That's all I can do.
Excuse me.
Yeah, I'll tell Joe to fix this. Hold on.
Thank you. If you could just,
350 and Evans as redacted. Okay, good.
thank you, Your Honor. Michelle, if you could blow up the email starting with honestly. So this is an email. You've been in pre-production and shooting in Pirates 5 for the last couple of weeks, correct? By March 6, 2015.
What was the question, sorry?
By March 6, 2015, you've been in pre-production and shooting for Pirates 5 for a couple of weeks in Australia, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So your email to him, to Mr. Duders, your personal assistant, reads, honestly, I will not again be doing anything that involves the discussion of furthering my embarrassment of having whored for all these fucking wasted pieces of shit. Nothing, years on characters.
That's pretty funny. They
that
spelled
I'm so
horde,
ignorantly started to
H-O-R-D-E.
think of as my legacy.
I'm sure he didn't
Every
spell it that
hunting
way.
fight, every fucking time, I held my ugliness and rage deeper down and get in check when there was still room in my head to do such a thing. Did I read that right?
You did.
And that's what you're writing to Mr. Duders.
That's why we're doing this in hindsight.
Pirates 5 for a couple of weeks, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
The screenplay that I received was
Yep,
not,
I agree.
up to snuff, I felt. And so that was part of this, was my anger was that the screenplay was very lazily written and I had to do a lot of rewriting.
And with you in Australia, I think we covered this, was Debbie Lloyd. You testified to that before lunch, right? Debbie Lloyd was your sobriety nurse. She's supposed to help you stay sober, correct?
But she was there to give me meds and
Right. The fact is,
stay on the path.
the fact is, Mr. Depp, you had been using a fair amount of drugs during those 3 or 4 week period before Miss Heard arrived in Australia, hadn't you?
Marijuana was what I was using.
And not just that, other drugs too, correct?
No, not that I recall, no.
Let's take a look at Exhibit 346, please.
I don't like this whole valet look she has going on. I feel like I'm gonna hand her my keys. I should be dressed in a tuxedo.
Between you and Nathan Holmes on February 25th, 2015. Correct?
That's correct.
Mr. Holmes was another one of your personal assistants, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
He and Stephen Duders were kind of the two main personal assistants during this period of time, right?
That's correct.
And At the top of the page, the second one down, do you see where Mr. Holmes tells you
Objection, hearsay.
that he just testified that he was only using marijuana, and this is clearly impeachment to that, Your Honor?
This is Mr. Holmes'
Well,
words.
we're gonna go text by text, and before I ask for permission to publish and for motion for admission, we'll go through it. But
I'll sustain as Mr. Holmes.
okay, Mr. Depp, why don't you take a moment to read this text from the top down?
Thank you.
Please.
Amber seems very excited by something here. So that would start here. Is that we're getting Amber Heard's 2016 depo video into evidence? The difference between her then and now is terrifying. Her deposition can come in. Whether or not they'll get the video, that's a good question that I cannot answer. That would depend on what the judge, whether the judge thinks that that's relevant.
So,
whether it'll just be a transcript.
Mr. Depp, does this refresh your recollection that, in fact, you weren't doing just marijuana in late February 2015? In fact, you were doing cocaine that Nathan Holmes was supplying to you.
In fact, there's nothing in there that says I've been doing cocaine.
Does this refresh your recollection, Mr. Depp, that you were given cocaine by Nathan Holmes in late February 2015?
Even if I were given cocaine by Nathan Holmes, there's nothing here that says I was doing the cocaine.
And Nathan Holmes was upset, or you understood that Nathan Holmes thought that you might be upset with him for taking some of your cocaine. Isn't that right?
I think
Objection, Your
that's,
Honor, hearsay and speculation.
excuse me.
Yeah, good objections.
I'll sustain as speculation. Next question.
Okay.
Yep.
And in fact, Mr. Depp, you also were going to see Marilyn Manson in Australia around this time, correct?
Correct. He was coming to play a show in Melbourne.
Okay. Your Honor, I would move for admission of this document with the following text messages. We can redact whatever else they want, although I think, well, the ones that of the witness's own word.
I want to pause because this super chat here, this is an interesting dilemma that has floated through my brain, and it became crystallized reading this question. And I want to pause here because I think this is important. Those of you who are not familiar with watching me on my late night streams, so I cover law, I cover politics, and I also cover humanities. And by humanities, what I mean is I like getting into how people think, the behavior of people, their motivations for doing things, and how they react, and what's ethical, and things of that nature. So I give that the broad label of humanities. And this that you're bringing up here, Archmage Raven, is a very, very interesting comment that I'd love to get some feedback from the audience on it and get your thoughts on this, okay? Most people watching this trial for any extended period of time really hate Amber. Now, before I go further, I want to point this out. I believe the poster here, Arch, the wording says, I'm ashamed, but it's true. I think that domestic abuse is a terrible, terrible thing. And there's no excuse for it. There's no justification for it. It's terrible, terrible, terrible thing. And I know that domestic abuse happens from men to women and women to men. And in homosexual or lesbian relationships, it happens there too. It'll be man to man or woman to woman. Now, the reason this is interesting to me is because I've had the exact same thought cross my mind several times. In my life, I've never hit a woman, cannot imagine a situation that I would ever hit a woman or think, yeah, that's okay, that's cool. So, but I would hit a man in the right circumstances. So it's almost like, because it's a woman, I wouldn't hit her. But we say a woman can be an abuser. It's a little confusing. So a woman can be abusive to a man. And I'm telling you, I would never hit a woman. So I can understand a man who's in that situation and feels the same way I do. Says I would never hit it. But I also feel like I cannot say the phrase, which has floated through my brain 1,000 times, of like, wow, I really want to punch Amber Heard. Because just by expressing it that way, it's almost as if I'm giving license to the idea of engaging in domestic violence. Bill Burr does a great sketch where he talks about how, he hates when people say there's never a reason to hit a woman. He's like, and he'll go through a whole thing explaining how, no one should ever hit a woman. And certainly, I believe if you're the victim of domestic abuse or domestic violence, that you should, find sanctuary, get help. And if you're someone who's perpetrating that, you're a dick. There's something wrong with you. You need to get psychological counseling to find a way to deal with your insecurities that make you take out your anger issues on someone else. It's not a joking matter. So, but Bill Burr, when he continues, he says, but don't tell me that there's never a reason. Don't say, oh, there's never a reason. There's a reason. There's a reason. It doesn't mean you should do it. Doesn't mean it's okay to do it. But let's not make it as if, like, the woman who's a victim didn't do certain things to set herself up to make it more likely that she's going to get popped by the person she's in a relationship with. There's a reason. And by pretending that it's like, whoever is a victim is automatically a saint, and the person who did it wasn't pushed into that situation, is really not looking at the situation properly. So yeah, it's a line that you cannot cross, but it's not, that doesn't mean, and it's weird that I sort of feel penned in. Like, it's almost like my free speech is like sort of like locked in by my own self-restraint, because I don't want anyone to think, God forbid, that I would ever actually hit a woman or try to excuse someone who hit a woman, because I wouldn't. But on that Bill Burr type of thinking, yeah, when she's up on the stand and she starts with a fake crime where I can see she's working her rhythmic breathing in order to induce a tear from those dried up tear ducts of hers, which probably haven't been used for real in forever. And she's trying to do whatever she can to try to squeeze out a crocodile tear there, just to draw sympathy, just to get out of this lawsuit, just to get out of her own abuse, to play the system. I feel like I want to pop her in the face. I do. You can hate me for saying that. You could say I'm a jerk. But how does that thought not cross your mind? That doesn't mean I would ever hit her or any woman. I never would. But does she make me feel like, yeah, I really want to hit that woman? Yeah, she does. If she was a dude, if she was a guy, I'd be more likely to say, you know what? I ought to pop that guy in the face. And that seems to be okay. That seems to be okay. That's the other thing that really bothers me. Totally okay to say, yeah, I'd pop that guy. But for me to say I'm going to pop that girl, I'm labeled all of a sudden as someone who's a threat to society, and I'm a danger, and I'm a menace, or I'm out to hit women or whatever, even though I never ever would, never ever have. And I would never even give a pass to a guy who did that. So there is we say there shouldn't be it shouldn't be one side way of looking at it. It should be a two-side way of looking at it. But that's just not reality. That's just not the way our society is built, because traditionally men have been looked at as people who have been catering and taking care of women. And that also is a healthy thing. It's a symbiotic relationship where men enjoy the role of being the protector and women enjoy being in a situation where they have a protector. It's symbiotic. And that's why it's considered so egregious for a man to hit a woman, because you're taking advantage of that situation, much like Johnny Depp's mother is taking advantage of the fact that she is the provider for her kids and she's abusing them. That's what makes it so bad, so much worse than if it was just someone who's in a similar peer to them doing it. So we're sort of caught in this weird dichotomy where it's like, we keep saying, yeah, men can be victims of women the same way that, and perhaps more frequently than women are victims of men. And yet at the same time, if Johnny was the guy here, it was exactly, if it was as Amber claimed, if the reality was as Amber claimed, and Johnny had been the abuser, instead of, we know now, I believe my heart of hearts, let's assume I'm correct in my assumption. Amber is the abuser and Johnny is the victim. But if it was 180 degrees the other way around, and everything Amber said was true, and everything and Johnny said, Johnny really was abusive, and she was his victim, and he's up there on the stand, and I say, and he's trying to lie and cover it, and he would start giving the fake crocodile tears, and I say the words, I want to pop that dude, nobody would think there's anything wrong with that at all. Everyone would be like, yeah, you know what? Here are the brass knuckles for when you find him. That's what everyone would say. But if I say it, now that we know that's the exact opposite way around, that she's the abusive one and he's the victim, if I say I want to pop that woman, everyone would look at me as if I'm an evil, complete a-hole. So much so that I feel like I don't want to say it. I don't want those words coming out of my mouth. Someone's going to take me out of context and think, oh, this is a guy who hits women. It's a very, very weird dichotomy that our society has. I'm trying to just call your attention to this because I think people sort of lose, we pretend that that's not reality, that this false that this, everything is equal and whatever, but that's a false equivalence. We're lying to ourselves. We have to recognize what it is as far as how the playing field is lined up here. And honestly, I don't have an answer for it. I don't know if there's a fix for this, because I do believe that a healthy relationship between a man and woman, generally, not always, generally, is the man playing the role of the protector for the woman. I think that is traditionally, that's how it's been, a symbiotic relationship, a healthy relationship for happy people, happy men, happy women, both happy, both good with it. I think our culture tries twisting us away from that perspective, but that's not the conversation I'm looking to get into today. So, I'm really glad you brought this up, Archmage Raven, because I just want to get this off my chest as something that I find very frustrating. I find it very difficult to accept the fact that we pretend society is one thing that it actually isn't. We pretend it's equal. It isn't. If I said I want to pop Johnny in the face, nobody would blink twice at it. Whereas if I said I want to pop Amber in the face, and she's the abusive one, and she's lying on the stand, and she's an evil bitch, I said I want to pop her in the face, everyone will look at me as if I'm a complete a-hole. That's just the reality of the situation. And then when people say, well, why is Dr. Hughes assume that women are always the victim? Well, that's why. That's why. It's the exact same thing. That's why everyone assumes that. Once you actually study it, everyone assumes that the woman's always the victim. Because they're weaker, by and large, with obvious exceptions. I want to get all that off my chest. Because I feel as if this doesn't really get discussed. People are afraid to voice their opinions on this. And I never want to be afraid to voice my opinion on it. Let me elaborate. While I listen to her, especially during some of her recordings, I imagine myself in JD's place, and the only reaction I feel is slapping her just to make her shut up. Shameful, but that's what I feel. But that's the thing. If she was a guy, that wouldn't be labeled shameful at all. Everyone would be like, hell yeah, I totally agree with you. Let's get a line. Let's create a line of people who want to slap her around. If she was a man, we'd be like, yeah, let's get a line of people to slap him around. That's the dichotomy of what is happening in our culture here. We're discussing man can be a victim of a woman, but if I say I want, and then the woman could be abusive. If I say I want to hit that abusive woman, everyone thinks that I'm a jerk. Why is that? I don't drink and come from a long line of angry alcoholics. Ugh. Amber makes me want to drink. She's a provoker. She likes getting reactions. What the F is wrong with her? If you hear the recording, it's very evident that's who she is. So true. As a woman, I want to do it. Why is it socially acceptable for me to want to do it, but not you? Yeah, exactly. If a woman says, I want to pop her in the face, no one would care. If a guy says it, everyone cares. Everyone's like, whoa, keep an eye on that dude. And that's kind of what we're seeing in this text messaging, that it's like there's an implication because he's saying these things that now he's a threat to society, or he's a threat to his wife or to women in general, whatever. That's what all this text messaging is about. Oh, you really are a monster. Oh, you want to burn her and drown her. That throat is really taking a beating here. While I have this pause, let me just pull this up. It means grain. Oh, it's a Shibboleth thing. But the Ephraimites would pronounce it Sibboleth, with a shin instead of a sin divide, basically, to identify them. So just like coffee. Oh, there you go. Good job. That's why Shibboleth is a cultural identifying thing, because that was the SH sound was pronounced without the H by certain members of the tribe. Scazzy T, this is all quite amusing in hindsight. All Hammer's team had artsy, sad, hurt about one's relationship, text message, and fake bomb. It sounds out of context. I need to just do something in my throat. Well, it says Stevie J. Raw, new audio release, giant efforts, Amber Heard, 37 minutes, try to listen, not say. I'd facepalm her for sure. Yeah, I believe it. The stage picture with 4 lines of cocaine. What cocaine addict cuts four lines and just leaves them? I don't know. That's a good question. I never thought of that. It's a great question. That is a great question. Let me see if I can pull up that picture here. Should reanalyze Amber Heard testimony in Australia, count how many punches, head trauma, etc. I just really don't understand how she thought it was realistic. I actually did do that, and I was counting them. She mentions 3 times that she was punched in the face or head. And another 2 times she was slammed around, and her body getting slammed around before there's any violation of her nether regions. There's also groping of her breasts, supposedly. If you want to watch that, catch like the last couple hours of my stream yesterday. Want to see this from my own stream? Oh, there you go. Okay. I need to catch like some sort of liquid, because also my throat is just. I'm just going to pull up your picture here. Johnny Depp. Sure. In case you're not familiar with the picture everyone's talking about here, let me pull this up for you. Amber Heard should be a hamburger meat. Well, I was laughing about it the first time I heard it. I was like, "Oh my god, she's like RoboCop. she's T3. She's better than Terminator 2. She's T3. Nothing. She's made out of plastic. Check out this picture here. Dak, what's happening? Stop that. Should pull this up. If you look at this photo here, that's not the one. I grabbed the wrong one. So this is the 4 lines of coke. There's a 4th line down here that you can't really see. Oh no, there's 4 lines there. Sorry, here's 1, 2, 3, 4. The little box that says property of JD. There's another photo where this CD is further to the right in the bag that does not have the JD thing there. Doesn't have that JD box, the Depp branded drug box. So, yeah, and the leaving 4 lines there. That's Amber Heard's. It's actually her signature on the back of that driver's license, not his. So I don't know why anyone thinks this is his. I'll also point this. Someone tried looking at the newspaper, and I think they saw this like 2013 or so, because in the top of the table further away from us, near where the top part of the picture is. You can see the part of the headline from the LA Times, which helps identify the date. I'll also point out that in the video where Johnny is slamming things around that she tried to surreptitiously take, she's holding that plastic cup, that same white cup, which says NIHI or whatever on it, which makes you think this is all her crap. Why anyone thinks, oh, you see, Johnny does coke? It just looks like such a staged photo, the way everything is laid out here. That's why Johnny made a joke about it and said, yeah, I agree with you. It's a very artistic photo. It's very artistic. It's very funny. Make sure I didn't miss anything here. I don't think I missed anything. Okay. Stop screen. Share. Share screen. Here. I just got a quick drink here because I feel as if all sorts of bad things are happening in the nasal throat passages.
So I'm surprised Joe's not going on a rant of his own at this point. A little disappointed. So I'm surprised Joe's not going on a rant of his own at this point. All right, here we go.
That I'd like to show are 80039, 80041, 80086. Those are all words from Mr. Depp. I have a highlighted copy if you'd like me to approach.
Yeah, we have no objection as long as everything else is
Maybe
redacted.
we'll look at his highlighted copy. I'm sure that's.
Wish I had touched the screen or would.
No, that was
Pardon me.
you. It's okay. You're good.
All set.
Okay. So no objection to the redactions?
No objection to
346
admitting those with
with
redactions, yes.
Okay, thank you. Those redactions. All right, 346 in evidence with the redactions. You can publish it.
So you can see these texts were sent on February 26th and February 27th, 2015. And if you scroll over, Michelle, can you just blow up the text portion of it? You text Mr. Holmes, your personal assistant, have you heard from Manson's Ryan? Now, Ryan was Marilyn Manson's personal assistant, or he worked for him. That's what you understood, correct?
At the time, yes.
Okay. And then you say, yes, and of course, yes, please, and you will pay Ryan for it. 2 exclamation points, 2 question marks. And then you write, disappear, we should have more happy pills. 3 exclamation points, 2 question marks, can you, followed by 3 exclamation points. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Okay. Can you take that down and please pull up Exhibit
Although question marks
349?
instead of exclamation points.
And Mr. Depp, this text exchange that I'm going to ask you about is from just 2 days later, after February 26th. On February 28th, it's the last 2 on the page. February 28th, 2015, there's a text from you to Mr. Duders.
I would object to the, as hearsay with respect to the text from Mr. Duders.
That's fine.
Okay, you just,
So just the second to last one is all we would seek to admit.
okay, we can do redactions for just that.
Yes, Your Honor, and we'll happy to redact Mr. Duders' response.
Okay.
You're not happy to. Stop pretending you're so happy to redact. You're not happy to redact. You do it, but you're not happy. You seem very bitter about it.
All right, so 349 in evidence with redactions. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. So in this text message, Mr. Depp sent on February 28th, 2015, you send Mr. Duders an email. And if you'll remember, what we had just looked at was you reaching out to Mr. Holmes, asking if he had heard from Manson's assistant, Ryan, and that's saying yes and yes and yes, of course, please pay Ryan for it, and then asking for more happy pills. And in this text message, you say, "Yay,
this is a
hello,
loser
Master D."
approach, Rotten Ward.
I say,
stop
"I do
fixating on the
believe that
drugs.
Ryan, Munson,
It's not working for you.
gave you a wee baggage for me. Where does it reside? X.
It's not working.
Did I read that right?
It's not selling me on
You
anything.
continue to read them right, yes.
And the where it says Munson, that's a typo.
You continue to read
It should
them
say
right.
Manson's, correct?
That's funny.
It's a nickname.
You can take that down. Thank you. So we've gone from February 26th to February 28th. I'd now like to fast forward to March 2nd of that year, 2015. Can you please pull up Exhibit 353?
Come on, Rotten Board.
Your Honor, I've, well, let's do it this way. Mr. Depp, these are text messages back and forth from you to your other personal assistant, Nathan Holmes.
It's such a bad strategy.
in
Stop
March of
fixating on the
2015,
drugs from
correct?
Holmes. We get it. Holmes got drugs for him.
Yes, he is. Yes.
Your Honor, I know that the whole thing is going to draw an objection, but I would like to move to admit Mr. Depp's text, which I have here highlighted, and I think we can redact pretty quickly through this document. And I'm happy to have them highlighted if you'd like to me to approach
Well,
it.
if you just
Sure.
show it to council, the highlighted portion. Is this a one-page document or?
It's actually 3.
Three-page.
And we may not do all of them now, but I think
It's
it's
bad strategy. Attack him about his story. Why not attack him about his story? We all expect Amber Heard's to be attacked about her version of the story. Why not attack him about his version of the story? You never contacted your lawyer about that prenup. That was all a lie, wasn't it? It was really Amber who wanted the prenup. I can't say that with a straight face. She said that. I wanted the prenup. He didn't. He got all angry about it. How is she going to substantiate that? Oh my
We have no
God.
objection with just admitting Mr.
Ron
Duders'
Boyd.
messages.
353 with the redactions?
Yes. and I think we
Showed
can,
that he was angry
fill this
because of the
involved for a
drugs,
minute.
not
I'll get
because
all
of
that
this
done.
whole prenup thing. Tying the drugs to him having the drugs in Australia, at least. Stop with this whole thing. It's so bad. We all know people got drugs for Johnny, and he can get whatever drugs he wanted whenever he wanted it. Does that mean that everyone around him is going to lie for him? No. He had his personal assistant who would go basically be his live-in drug dealer. Maybe did other things for him. Probably did. Okay, Fine. We know he did drugs. He had to get him somewhere. It's not like, what did you think? Johnny Depp's going to be standing on some street corner trying to buy meth from someone? We're going to drop a 20 on someone? Think that's what's going to happen? Obviously, there are people who get things for him.
Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Assuming that Ms. Myers agrees with.
Well, that would
our
call too
redactions
much
here.
attention. What the hell is Johnny standing talking to that homeless-looking dude
Can we just see the
with
other?
the skater hat who's been standing on the corner for the last 4 hours? And he walks up and talks to him for 30 seconds and walks away carrying a package. That doesn't look too suspicious. Nobody would know it's Johnny Depp doing that.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please go to the
Obviously,
first
people
page
are
of that
getting him
document?
drugs. We get it.
So February 26th, February 28th, now we're up to March 2nd. And on March 2nd, a few days before Ms. Heard arrives in Australia, you text Nathan Holmes, and
But here's my
take a little
point.
bit just to kind of get through this. So
Instead of boring the jury to tears with this stupid text after text, didn't you say this? Didn't you say this? Say, you testified that you had drugs, you used drugs. Yes. How did you get those drugs? Did you go buy them yourself? You didn't go buy them yourself personally, did you? No. You have other people who went and bought them? Yes. Without naming any names, are these people who were regularly working for you? Yes. Or if not, then you can bring in these text messages. So people who are in your circle, they would do crimes to you like buying drugs. Isn't that true? Yes or no? I was going to say no. Really? No? Did you go to the corner yourself and get the drugs? Did you find them in your pharmacy? Do you have a special pharmacy you go to? Where the hell did you get the drugs? You gotta get them somehow. Boom. You're done with it. Instead of wasting, I don't know what, an hour and a half now over stupid text messages, and you used to use this word here, and that's a reference to ecstasy, isn't it? Oh, and over here you say, hey, pick up the bag, whatever. And it's like, it's such a stupid, awful, it's a way worse way to do it as far as it's less convincing than just ask him flat out. And it's also, you're putting the jury to sleep by the time you actually get to like impeaching him on things that actually matter, like trying to show that his story of how these different traumatic events went down.
All right, guys, we're back. Yeah, Fred, sorry to hear the loss of your cat. Yeah, it takes Joe forever. Yeah. So we're back, guys. No, he's an attorney named Joe. I was just doing it because before he was streaming other people who were streaming, and I just thought it'd be funny to do it to him. Sorry about that, guys. That was I should bite my nails. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to do that on stream in front of you guys. I apologize. That's not that wasn't very nice. Yes, that was funny. So CBS is still doing it. I'm going to go with them because that way there's no long cuck issues. So I need to check what the actual vote tallies are right now. Thought I'd leave it up for a bit and see where we are. Yes, God willing, it's a not guilty verdict. So 93 votes in, 12% guilty, 55% not guilty, 14% $10,000, and 19% think Eatly is a bad pun. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard not with group number 4 there. Eat is a bad pun. Yes, God willing, it's a not guilty verdict. Damn it, I hate when I don't shut the sound off. Sorry. Determined by what he had for breakfast. I mean, they're people, so they're having a bad day. Kind of sucks. That can affect you, but otherwise, that's it. All depends. It all depends. They're people, so it almost there's times where I argue it's more of a concern if you are in court and somebody in front of you, like a defendant, acts like an asshole or an attorney acts like an asshole and pisses the judge off in a really bad way, and then you have to go after that while the judge is, that's a more of a concern for me. The goofiest one, I defended a guy who did a felony DUI on a bicycle. This, like his felony, like his fourth OBI in 6 years, he got it on a bicycle, and I had to defend that. That was pretty stupid. So I think, guys, is going to be very anticlimactic, and there probably isn't going to be a whole lot to talk about afterwards. So somebody asked about the So I don't know, Attila. I don't know that one. No, you can't get a DUI on a horse. In fact, in Ohio, there are a lot of Amish people. They get in trouble because they get drunk and the horse knows the way home. I mean, that's just an idea. They don't want people driving horses or riding horses. I mean, because that could cause problems. So yeah, that one happens a lot. Amish guys get DUIs all the time. No, it was a pedal powered bicycle. It was an old Huffy 10-speed that he was riding. Yeah, but this goes back to back when they were the Bay Colony, I think is part of the name involved here. So it's a little different. Yeah, that would be a really dumb way to do stuff in court. See, if you guys are going to say he's latent gay, you have to say it with a Boston accent. I'm pretty sure, because I did some research once with a guy, we're pretty sure you cannot get, in Ohio at least, you cannot get a DUI on a unicycle. We don't think you can get a DUI. I'm pretty sure from what we figured out wheeled vehicle-wise, roller skates, a unicycle, or a wheelbarrow are things you cannot get a DUI in. That's sorry to hear that, Saran. That's interesting. I think that's a bit much. It's like you control a pogo stick. Really. I kind of figured it might have something to do with their heritage, but okay. So Massachusetts. Huh, interesting. From John Adams. Yes. Leighton, wicked smart. Yes, that works. Yes. Judge is Leighton. He's Leighton. Maybe a homo. Yeah, I don't know how you'd say it. Yeah, it would be. It would be very impressive. Oh. Also, just so people know, when I'm leaning back, I lean back and I'm just reading. So it's always helpful. You can read things. Actually, I was listening to part of a CLE. Wasn't really listening to Joe today, so I kind of already know what Joe's going to say because I've talked to Joe about this on a stream before, so I already know what he's talking about with Johnny. Yeah, 47 watching. Wow, we're all coming back. Hooray. Let's just see how shitty are they. Likes for the cucked law. Long Crime's got 3,000 watching. Well, they're watching the Grinstead murder. Oh. Can't bring up long crime. I was curious to see what their like count was because yesterday we got it wasn't too bad. So so yeah, they don't seek much liberty and peace, in Massachusetts. You had to get a permit to own a taser, so. Just finishing the lunch Mario made it. Funny. You guys are funny. I did not know they made mango Pop-Tarts. Those sound disgusting. Oh, God, this sucks. So, yep, now we're just waiting. And that's the neat part about being a judge. You are never late. Because the court can't start without you, so you're always on time when you're a judge. But yes, I'm sure he actually ate his lunch and then took a long time to think about this. I'm sure he spent a lot of time making the right decision. So, okay. Most Pop Tarts are awful. S'mores Pop Tarts are really good. I haven't had them since I was a kid, but those were the best. Yes, it is Boston Municipal Court. These are misdemeanor charges, not felonies. So, yeah, they're in misdemeanor court where you'd be trying all kinds of goofy stuff. You know, DUIs, all those fun things. Jaywalking, drunken, intoxication, disorderly conducts, all that stuff. So yeah, guys, right now, if you're tuning back in, we are waiting for the judge. Who knows what's going on? Maybe he's trying to figure out what to do. Maybe he's finishing up the lunch Mario made for him. Maybe he's groping maybe the victim in there and he's, having her, he's, testing out with her what groping actually was. Who knows? We will find out soon enough. Maybe the first witness this morning from the Lollipop Guild can't get to the metal detector, can't reach the buttons on the elevator. We don't know why everything's being held up. Maybe the prosecutor went into labor because she was like 45 weeks pregnant at this point from what we saw yesterday. Speaking of that, I need to tell somebody congratulations. Yes, he's taking a selfie with the victim. Oh, I thought you were asking me. I'm like, I can't help you there. No, where is this judge? I don't believe she was groped. I don't know though. Who knows at this point? I just don't think they can prove it. Oh my gosh, can we just come up with something soon? This is just like make your it's showtime, kids. All right, now here, as Joker would say, here we go.
All right, so I've got some remarks that I'm going to go through, Attorney Fuller and Commonwealth, just to start things off. And so Attorney Fuller, Mr. Batali, you can remain seated for the time being. And then when I get to the point where I'm going to announce the verdict, you can rise at that point. All right. So first off, I'd like to commend the lawyers that participated in the case. From both sides, everybody was prepared and professional, diligent and dignified, and a credit to the legal profession. I also think that it's important to recognize and thank the staff here of the Boston Municipal Court, the clerks, security, probation. As everyone knows, this was a high-profile case, and there's significant media attention. That creates a different and can be somewhat stressful working environment. And our staff performs with the utmost in professionalism and respect towards the litigants in the process. I also want to show appreciation for the media. I want to thank you for the respect and the decorum and dignity that you've shown towards the parties and to the process and to the institution of the Boston Municipal Court. I'll thank you also at this time for following my directives during this trial and for your professionalism and your continued professionalism as we get through this important part of the trial, the verdict. So with regard to the case at hand, it's an understatement to say that Mr. Batali did not cover himself in glory on the night in question. His conduct and his appearance and his demeanor were not befitting of a public person of his stature at that time. It is a lesson for all of those people in public or celebrity positions. He's paid a high cost in terms of diminished reputation and financial loss. This case is about credibility. And it's the court's job to assess the credibility of the witnesses. It's the court's job to determine how much weight to give the testimony of the witnesses. This court, because it's a jury-waived trial, this court is the sole judge of the credibility of the witnesses who testified in this case. The complaining witness has significant credibility issues. Those issues were highlighted in her testimony. Her conduct as a sworn juror in another case, in a criminal matter in Middlesex Superior Court, was egregious and it was offensive to the rule of law. The testimony about her scheme to evade a $200 gym membership fee by creating a fictitious legal document is indicative of that lack of credibility. These issues, these were just two of the issues, but they were significant in the mind of the court. And they support the defendant's contention that her motive was financial gain. As to the fact issues in the case, the pictures tell 1,000 words. And the complaining witness's image in these photographs, specifically it was Exhibit 2, pictures 5 and 6, which showed the separation between the complaining witness and the defendant, Mr. Batali. But her reaction and lack thereof to the alleged assault is telling. As I mentioned, the visibility of the flooring, the tile flooring between the complaining witness and the defendant indicated a separation and contributes to reasonable doubt. Significant as well is the 3-minute delay. The photographs, a series of photographs in that exhibit took place at 12:37 a.m. and then again at 12:40 a.m. There's a 3-minute lapse of time. And during that time, it appears that the selfies were reviewed or retaken, or plans were made to retake the selfies. This is all allegedly as a serious sexual assault was happening. The burden is on the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. Beyond a reasonable doubt is the highest standard in our system of justice. As well it should be. It requires that the fact finder be satisfied or be convinced to an abiding conviction, to a moral certainty that the charge is true. That's not the case here. The Commonwealth has not met its burden to the degree that's required by law. So Mr. Batali and Attorney Fuller and Caruso, if you could rise, I'm going to find the defendant not guilty to the charge of indecent assault and battery. Yeah, you could. Yeah, that's great.
For the record, as to the Commonwealth versus Mario Batali, docket number 1901CR 1819. Court has made the finding is not guilty. Batali is guilty.
All right. Thank you, everyone. All right. Thank you. That's great. Oh, yeah. Do you? Yeah, sure. All right. All right. I'll stand in recess. Thanks.
Okay. I don't know if anybody noticed that, but he kind of like kissed that his other attorney on the cheek. It's like, geez, bro, don't like go that way with this. Come on. Also, I didn't realize she was pregnant. It's like every woman in that courtroom was pregnant. Jeez. Yeah. No, that's yeah. Yep. No. She was a lying hoe. Her ass be lying, and the judge said it. Use a hoe, lying hoe. In Boston they might call her a whore, a whore, a whore. In Boston they call her a whore. But yeah, she lied. This pretty much kills her civil claim. I mean, beyond a reasonable doubt, he was found not guilty. And there's so much there. Yeah, I don't think a jury's gonna, they'll cut their losses now. They'll try to push for a littler settlement, but yeah, this She's toast now. Yeah, he's got a little more class than that. Congratulations. Yep, I think it's congratulations. Oh, for a civil trial or for a misdemeanor trial? Yeah, I mean that wasn't a felony. Woo. I bet that he ended up paying that guy probably at least 15 G's minimum to do something like that, because that's. I mean, but he's probably also doing a civil case, so it probably all got wrapped up for a decent amount. Yep, the civil case is done pretty much. Yeah, I don't know if somebody will. He told that prosecutor to get fucked on his way out. It's like, no, he just punched her right in the gut. He's like, you want to go into labor now? Whew. Yeah. Yeah. I seen it too. Yep, he done kissed her. Yeah, he may have given her a tap on the rear. That'd have been hilarious. He groped her. Maybe he's gonna be a. Okay, yeah. Yeah, Mario's sharing his gravy with the ladies, huh? That's his effect. Everyone around Mario's pregnant. Maybe he is sus. Hey, maybe he's got a thing for pregnant ladies. That does exist on the internet. It should be dropped. It should be done for now. Don't step on that line, ho. Could be a brand new case if his attorney's kid comes out with ginger hair. That would be a separate case, a case for child support. Yes. He could, but likely he would have done that from the start. But we'll see what happens. Yeah, maybe, and also hopefully he got a hold on his drinking. Going Debbie. Her credibility's wrecked now. Yes, and the judge did not go down the road of making fun of her for being clairvoyant. I give the judge credit for that. That's classy because you don't need to go down that road. There's enough things where she lied and was dishonest about and trying to scam gym memberships. You could pick on her multiple ways. It's a free country, brother. Free country, brother. I mean, either they were hot and good looking before or not. I don't really think it changes too much about them. She tried to get him on being a friendly Italian. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I don't think it was, although he's being a little bit friendly drunk, and I haven't seen the videos, but I'm assuming they weren't the worst in the world. I got a text. But yeah. So let's see. Damn, I lost track of where I was. But yeah, the judge completely called her a liar. She's not trustworthy at all. Yeah, he definitely wasn't. It's the Cuomo defense. Yeah, I'm Italian. Yeah, the Vic case. Yeah, he's too friendly. Yeah, Vic Mignogna. Yeah, he's got that issue of being too friendly and cons. Yeah, Keanu Reeves does a hover hand thing, and yeah, if I ever got to be famous, I'd be hover handing the shit out of people. Well, that certainly helps if it's your kid. Stabby, that's funny. Yeah, that's always a great way to protect yourself. No, because the minor, you don't know that there's a like it's not that's not a person in being at the time, and you can't see them, so they're not really involved. Um, I mean, like that's kind of how I would go about that. Oh, guys, hold on real quick. I need to take this. Yes, I think that Ben Shapiro does that too. It keeps him out of trouble. Um, now he's gonna bake with his attorney. Yeah, they're gonna go bake now. um, let's see. I wish she should have face shown. Now people will be able to be aware of her. They can, but remember, she was technically a victim, so she had to be protected under law. Um, yeah. That's if we're talking about Keanu. That's been his. Oh, Cuomo. Yeah, that's been his thing forever. Um, no, I don't think that's not. I mean, it's a fair question. Like, technically, does that count as child pornography? Because we know there's a child being used in the middle of that pornography, and woman being pregnant means she is with a child. Technically, does that count as child pornography? That's not like the most outlandish or goofy argument ever. Um, so no, guys, I definitely, like I said, there is no such thing as a dumb question. I've said that before, and I'll always say that. There's never such thing as a dumb question in my world. Yeah, I don't think it's an interesting thought experiment. Yeah, yeah, anything that gets your noggin jogging is never bad. Causes you to think a little bit. That's good. Um, unless you dimple this kid's skull like a golf ball, no. Oh, okay, yeah, Fred answered that too. Jeez. Okay, guys, can we stop talking about pregnant women and humping and stuff? We're good. We're good. All right, we're good. They have an interview of Bias and a juror talking about Husel. Well, damn. Dang. That'd be an interesting conversation. Okay, apparently. Sorry, I was fighting my windows here. So, yes. Mize is a rock star. He did really good. I don't know who they did. Yes. Well, at least it's not me fighting my microphone or the mute button because I usually don't win those fights. um, oh. But yes, I think we can agree in this one the judge got it right. So I go to settings to turn it off. Yeah, usually I don't screw it up. So, yep, not guilty. Judge got it right. Exactly, Morgan. Yes. Yes, that was it's a doctor with the fentanyl issues. They claimed he was murdering them, and the jury didn't buy it, thankfully. Johnny and Mary should go open a restaurant. Yeah. Hey, yeah, I did better. I did better last night, and I was messing with my mic, so I think that was a in fairness. I have no prior knowledge of this case. Do you have a liking for one side or the other? In this case, yeah, I mean, they haven't proved anything. The state didn't prove anything here. You know, uh, I was very much in Mario Batali's side. From it just sounded sketchy from the start. Um, you know, I didn't know what the video evidence was, but I knew enough to know that it wasn't anything that showed him affirmatively committing the act. So, what does that actually do for anybody? It's a bunch of junk, in my opinion. Um, so, yeah, it's a solid ruling. Um, yes, yes. There was a mountain of evidence. There was a mountain in their PR directions. They called it Project Lighthouse. That they were trying to do. Um, so, so let's see here. Um, does Mario have any recourse since she lied so bad? I mean, he could use it at a trial. I mean, in the civil case and leverage it against her, but he can't really, prosecute her for lying or get her in trouble for lying. Um, it would be just great ammo at the civil trial, but nothing specifically. Oh, guys, hold on. I need to take this one also. Give me 1 second here. So yeah, there isn't a whole lot he can do there. Yeah, let's see here. Johnny Depp. Yeah, he got hosed real bad. Yeah, she lives with her mom. She's not like she's gonna. You're getting blood from a stone at that point. Yep. He could sue her for defamation probably at this point, but it'd be kind of tough. Well, he just have to wait till the civil cases against him are done before he could sue Mount Carmel at any time. The issue is suing them while he's got his criminal law case going against them was dumb. Now he can go after them. As much as I'd like to think they're high, I'd say it's probably 50-50. And, considering I, talked crap to him and then he called Twitter on me, says a lot about him more. He'll embarrass himself a lot more than he will go to jail or get arrested. Thanks for sticking around, Stabby. Thanks for popping back in. And yeah, have a nice rest of your day. Yeah, well, remember he's got a reputation for being a little touchy feely anyway. That apparently he has done it with some women and settled out. So yeah. Yeah, the best thing he can do right now is just move on with his life and go forward and open up another badly pun named restaurant. Yeah, I was talking. Ethan was talking crap, and I talked some crap back to him, and then he called the Twitter police on me like a little girl. So yeah, so I got a 12-hour suspension. I got to be careful because that was on my potentially criminal handle and not on my burner one. So, oops. All right, guys, hold on 1 second. Oh, come on, you damn internet. Sorry here. Sorry guys. Trying to take care of that real quick. Yeah, that's really it for today, guys. I didn't watch this show last night. I'll have to catch up on that. But it doesn't surprise me. Yeah, hopefully that'll change when Elon's there. Oh, the four people that died in the Bahamas smells like a drug overdose to me. Smells like some drug overdoses. Could easily be some murders too. You never know, but more likely drug overdoses. No, did I not decide against covering auditors? No, I've just been super busy, and as somebody mentioned, Chili DeCastro as one of them. I'm working on a big thing, and the guy keeps putting out so much crap on a daily basis. I was like adding on and adding on and adding on. I just need to stop and then like cut things back down. So no, I plan on going out, covering auditors and some stuff going on. So no, that'll be happening soon. Hopefully, I mean, if not this week, by next week. So the Muskaya, yes. Well, thank you, Morgan. I appreciate it. But anyways, yeah, I'll be working on some of the auditors. Yeah, there's articles of people being poisoned, but I think this is a drug overdose down in the Bahamas. Smells like people got a hold of some fentanyl or something, and just or we're freebasing something, and it could be that very well could be. Definitely could possibly be. You never know. But I was just going off of my gut feeling. But if there's chemical concerns, then yeah, that could easily kill people. Guys, I don't mean to stop things short, but probably about 3 o'clock, I'm probably gonna wrap things up. I got some stuff I can do, and like to try to get it done. So, probably gonna end it a little early today, just so I can get some things done and make myself a little bit of progress, getting ahead on things for the week. Older people usually are drug users, but I mean, think about like David Bowie, and Carrie Fisher. They were using drugs too, so you never know. Yeah, guys. Well, like I said, it's like another 15 minutes. But yeah, if you guys are taking off now, that's fine. Thanks for stopping by. If you guys enjoyed it today, like and subscribe. I'd appreciate it. If you already have, thank you. And yeah, we'll be doing more stuff as it comes, but I'm not sure what the next one will be. Because I know the Duke trial, God, I don't know if they fixed the audio yet on that, but maybe if that's better. But we'll have to figure out something else for this week. I mean, tomorrow I might just come on for a while and BS and see what happens. They fixed it. Okay, well then, yeah, we might listen to some tomorrow and see where they're at. I'm glad they fixed it because that was just horrible. Yeah, thank you, Grin. Thank you, Attila. Thank you. Yeah, thank all you guys for being here. I appreciate that almost more. Thank you very much, Mike. Thank you, all you guys. Oh, I didn't get the final tally on the vote, but it's done now. So everyone's gonna be like, "Oh, not guilty." 100% not guilty. Let me see. I have a feeling that's gonna be the case. Let me just get it to load up. 118 votes, 53% not guilty. That's good enough. Yes, guys, don't be afraid to find love. You never know where it's waiting around the corner. Yeah, normally I do. Normally I do, daggone, but just today, and I was really just kind of want to do my own thing for a little bit. But yeah, I do try to jump in there. It's a good way to get subs, but yeah, I want to do my own thing today. I thought it was a little better way. Um, Besides the Johnny Depp stuff, it does get a little older, and it was nice doing something different for once. So, all right, guys. Well, I think that's going to be it for now. That's it for today. Thankfully, Mario got justice, and this lady did not get to clairvoyantly convict someone. Yeah. Yeah, I'll probably jump on somebody's tomorrow if they got something going. But yeah, I'm glad justice was done today, and Mario did not get railroaded by this, lady that was basically out praying for dollars. Um, I do want to say today, especially because we had the bot issues and everything like that. I thank my mods, Critter, Gabby, and Matthew. You guys did great today. You guys always do great. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank all you guys for tuning in. I appreciate it. Thank everybody for the super chats. And yeah, that's it for today. Yeah, tomorrow, I don't know, like 10, 11, I'll probably be on for a bit. I'll see what everybody else is doing. So that's it for me, guys. Oh, hold on here. I'm just going to have to wait till my Twitter works again. Because I can't message people privately either. I haven't stopped yet. I didn't hit end yet. My mouse is hovering over the end button. So, Boyd 916. I don't think I've seen you around before, but thanks for stopping in. Oh yeah, but that's it, guys, for today. And remember, until next time, just because you did it doesn't mean you're guilty.